All right, everyone. Can you hear me? Kurt isn't here yet, but he's on his way. I figured we can go live now because we have all these wonderful tools that Doxy showed me how to use, like Studio Mode, which by show me how to move was just click a button. Um, but I don't know. OBS is so strange to me that I just felt like there's 500 buttons and it was working, so I didn't want to click any of them because I knew it would break. But here we are. Me and Mac are going to go live here in a sec, and we'll talk for a bit before Kurt gets here. So let's bring Mac in, and I believe that's us. Kinda. Wow, what happened to the size of this thing here? And one of these. And there we go. All right, everybody. Okay, so yeah, Kurt will be here shortly. He has had a lot of fun out there playing around with stuff, and yeah, Journal Expo. So, um, you know, it's in. There we go. I can see now. Light. The yeah, we should totally do a physics one. If anyone got interested in the weird diatribe we just like went off on and all the tangents in chat, I would recommend if you really actually want to have a much deeper understanding of what time like actually is and isn't, because again, it doesn't exist. It's not a thing. It's an idea at best, and that's like an idea is still, I think, too strong. It's a way to describe the exchange of heat, and that's it. That's all time does, and it's unbelievably relative and subjective, and yeah, not the same for any two people. I mean, the amount of time you spend doing anything is different if you're 10 feet off the ground than if you're not. Like, I mean, literally, like, I mean, sure, it's nanoseconds, but it's still, like, it's stupid how time doesn't exist. There's a book that I actually found really interesting a couple years ago by Carlo Rovelli. And there's an audiobook of it read by Benedict Cumberbatch, who just is amazing at narration. And called The Order of Time, and all the audiobook places have it, but it's a great book for this stuff. So yeah, I would totally be up for doing some kind of a physics related show. I actually have a bunch of friends in the field. In fact, one of the teachers at one of the big universities downtown that everyone likes to name drop because, you know, they're those types of people. I'm not going to, but just one of those people who is on the physics professorship team is a friend. I could bring him on. We could have all kinds of fun with that stuff. But yeah, I'm a big fan of all of those topics, and I read way too much of that. You know, with the audiobook stuff, like, one of the things I've told chat before is I go through books like way too fast because well, I mean, I have a lot of trouble sleeping. So I have to have a lot of help getting to sleep and staying to sleep. And the one thing we learned very early on, I mean, when I was 4 years old, was that I needed a constant sound in the background, so someone's voice. So a lot of times, like books with a single narrator really do a good job for me. I did say time doesn't exist, and then it will start at 7:50 because as humans, we still need some kind of a marker to tell us, what to do and when. Although, you know, I mean, if you read that book, the Order of Time, you'll get this deeper understanding of the fact that now and the present aren't real things, don't exist. There's no math in any of the current foundational kind of physics equations out there that is used that actually describes either of them, other than in a very relativistic, for one person in a small little bubble kind of a sense. So like that's also not a real thing, like the present.
Well, to be fair, particles aren't really real either.
Yeah. I mean,
there's
so
no such thing. There's particle-like behavior of things that are usually just as wave-like as particle-like.
Indeed. The double slit experiment is still my favorite thing of all time. Good times. Yeah, so no, we'll definitely do a show on physics, since some people seem interested in those topics. I'm always a big fan. I go through probably, I'd say, 20 or 30 physics books or related level science books a year. So, and I have been since, God, I think I started on the physics stuff when I was like 11. So it's been a hell of a lot of books. Good times. I love that stuff. There is a lot to talk about. One of the things that I wanted to kind of get out there early for people who didn't see it was here. Let's get this into studio mode so I can, like, do two things at once. And bring this up and bring this image over. Because this is Barrett Brown free from Brookhouse, which is the immigration center at the airport, basically. It's the way they, kick you out of the country. They put you there first, then put you on a plane. They gave him bail today, and he's out currently on personal recognizance. We don't fully understand exactly what that means in terms of just, his status in the country, whether he has to leave, any of that fun stuff. But we will know a lot more Monday afternoon. The lawyers will have a lot more information for us all, but he's going to have, a decent weekend. Went straight to the pub with Sylvia, and, they're doing the standard post-release ritual of get drunk, which is the correct move, I believe. I think everyone could agree with that, even though, here I am, the teetotaler. I would be drinking soda at that point, but you know how it is. So Barrett is free for now. We do not know how fleeting this moment is. But we will find out. So that is awesome. Yeah, so we have all kinds of things to talk about tonight. I need to get the Zoom call in front of me, so if, Kurt actually shows up, I can see it and click the button. I also need to put in the time this week to get a version of, like, Jitsi or Big Blue Button set up right, so, I can get it set up enough that, all the more average people, non-tech people can actually use it. Because I would love to be off of Zoom and onto something a little more open. So I'm going to try, but the last time I used Jitsi for this, both of the guests that I tried to use it with just had trouble. We switched back to Zoom because they both did so much Zoom already. It's just like, it won the game, right? It's just horrible, but there we are. So that's going to be happening. Good times there. So I figure we start off with just a question for chat. Do you guys think that this person should be canceled? And do you think that the GOP will actually do it? Because Liz Cheney has a competitor for her seat in Congress. And the Bouchard is the guy's name, and he has stated publicly now that when he was 18, he, in his own words, impregnated a 14-year-old. And, quote, it was a Romeo and Juliet story. I call impregnating a 14-year-old by anyone 18 or older rape. I would understand 18, 17, 18, 16, even if they're close, like he just turned 18, she's about to turn 17. Like, there's certain levels of, like, it makes sense because they're even in the same grade, the same classes, grew up together, like, all of that makes sense. But 18 and 14 is a little bit too far for me on this one. That's rape. And I don't think the GOP cancels him. In fact, I think they still throw all of their weight behind him trying to beat Cheney. What do you guys think about that one?
I definitely think that there is no real chance stops him. They have someone else that they think is a better.
They've all already spoken out so much for this guy before this happened that it's gonna be tough. I really don't. I don't think they're the party that cares anymore.
No, I don't think they are
about anything.
Yeah.
And the fact that that he called it a Romeo and Juliet story, like what the fuck? And max audio needs to be higher. Well, we share a mic right now because we don't want the echo and whatnot. I will show you this. Oh no, you can't see it. Wow. Well, my hand was like right behind Mac. We're like this close to each other. I also happen to be really loud. Like, I'm used to projecting, like getting on stage, holding a megaphone, things like that. So most people do not speak at the volume I speak at naturally. It's quite annoying to most people around me in person. They all tell me to just quieter. But no, I'm just the booming voice thing. I don't know.
It probably does not help that the microphone is both closer to you and pointing.
I mean, yeah, that is a thing. All right. So, yeah, we have Barrett out now. We have all kinds of fun stuff going on there. We will, yeah, we should definitely put it in between us up here somewhere. That would probably be the right move. I will actually work on making that happen because it does have the right mount points and all that. It's one of the blue snowballs, so like they have all that stuff. It's one of the old blue snowballs. I have no idea how it's still working. I mean, this thing is 15 years old and it's still an amazing mic. So yeah, and you know, with mic technology, like you think like, well, a nice condenser from the 1960s is actually still a better mic than some of the shit you can buy today. But with like tech mics, things that were made specifically for computers in the early 2000s, you don't assume that. You assume it's throwaway junk. But blue snowballs, man, even the ones you buy today, the ones you bought, 20 years ago, these things are amazing. I love them. I see the viewership going up a little, which tells me Kurt is probably at home getting things set up. So that is good. That is good. Got a lot of stuff to talk about with Kurt when he's here. Let's see here. Most of that I want to save because I want Kurt's opinion. Like when I look over here, I'm looking at my notes and whatnot, and kind of things I wanted to talk about. So what does anyone in chat want to talk about before we get Kurt here? Or you guys want to throw out anything that me and him should talk about besides the obvious like MomSec and stuff like that we can bring up and whatever that you've already mentioned. As it is Kirtaner Fridays. We can talk about Commander X if you want. I mean, I don't know. I just like I already feel like a lot of airtime has been given with the documentary and everything else. Just a lot. So I don't know. Do you have like a specific thing you would like to talk about related to Commander X? Like throw it out there, because I don't pay much attention to Commander X or any of the other stuff that's going on there. I know that Commander X was on I believe Anonymous Fights Back or one of the other shows like a week ago or something, and they had like the Friends of Commander X support thing going on, but I didn't actually pay attention to it. So, oh yeah, nice. Thanks for the gift sub there. Ah, yes, so he was unhappy with Barrett's depiction of him in the documentary and decided to come out. Cool, good times. I mean, we all know which person, on that fight, Barrett versus Commander X, actually got shit done, and which one is insane. I don't actually like hate on Commander X. Like I just think there's some mental health issues there, and that I really hope at some point they get dealt with properly, because I don't believe they have been. But that's about all I can say there. Yeah. It's just absolutely crazy. Barrett got deliberately arrested. Yeah, sure. I mean, the funny thing with Barrett is when you talk to Barrett while Barrett's inside, like when I got to call him the other day, he has fun inside. Like, we joked about the fact that he got to go out in the yard and he was learning to play football from a group of Albanians. So like he was finding material while he was inside, stuff to write about, people to talk to. So in a strange way, he needs out and he wants out and he understands he has to get out, not only for himself, but for his friends, for the people who care about him and all that fun stuff. But also, when he gets out, it's like, at the same time, there's a little sadness too, because all these people he's met, all these stories he's hearing, are now taken from him, and he doesn't get to finish some of them. So it is a bit crazy, but it's not, Commander X levels of crazy, where like this was a stunt or something. No, he did not intend to get arrested at all. If anyone watched the short little half-hour episode we did last night, we go into like some of the detail of the arrest and all that fun stuff. Yeah, exactly. He talked about it way back then. For one, like a thing that we mentioned last night is you're not supposed to be allowed into the UK on a visa if you have more than 4 years incarceration on, what we would call a federal felony here in America. And he had way more, 63 months, so 15 months over that 4 years. and he was still allowed in. While England is currently in the middle of fighting immigration and trying to kick everyone out of the country, somehow this white American male got in when he shouldn't have been, which made, them look bad. And so he was expecting, because of the viral image that, happened with him, that they thought, that he thought they would come for him sooner. So he was surprised it actually took that long for them to come for him. Although he didn't want them to. Like, he was hanging out on a boat that took them a little while to find him. Okay, talking to Kurt over here as he's getting ready here. Okay, yeah, so good times. Yeah, and of course COVID restrictions and all the other fun stuff. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, it's one of those things where, I can look back at my life, like San Antonio says there, and I can see, even though, like, I'm poor, I've been to prison, I grew up, in a hellish childhood, if you really, knew more of the details. None of that is relevant to the fact that I do have white male privilege here in the US. There are a lot of times that I can look back on where things went bad for me, that they would have gone doubly bad. It would have been way worse if I had not been a white male in America. So, like, I fully understand the privilege that it affords us. And yeah, Barrett definitely wouldn't gotten accidentally through all of those various checks if he wasn't a white male. I don't believe that for a minute. He would have definitely been stopped if he had been any shade other than, just straight white freaking Texan male. Like, I mean, and he presents as, like, America. When you're talking to him, he's not, of course, he's one of us, but, like, being that he grew up in Texas like me, he can definitely present like that, that guy the government over there won't have a problem with. Yeah, definitely. So we're all glad he's out now, but we don't know what's happening, so, we won't really know whether there are still charges coming, what those charges are actually going to be, whether they're kicking him out of the country, whether he has to self-report again in a week. We won't know any of that really until Monday. Unless he hears something over the weekend and sends that out for us, which we don't believe he will. But it'll be early Monday when we know, so everyone should be able to find out then, and I'll be sharing it, and the Project Sports on Twitter will, and Barrett will at that point. They're working on getting him a burner phone that he can reconnect to things. So definitely. Whew. Good times. Yeah, and again, everyone should, if you haven't seen the Face of Anonymous documentary, the new one, it's a good documentary. Gary did a great job putting that together, and I really like how he did the thing that I like when a documentarian does. He went into filming this with an idea of what it would be, which was a thing about this amazing hacker, Commander X, that turned out to be a thing about this hacker kind of guy who was Commander X, but is maybe some of the stuff he said wasn't true or was exaggerated or, all these other fun things. And he reached out to everyone else to get their opinions on it instead. And, when a documentarian goes into something like that with an idea of what they're going to do, and they're willing to change it and tell the more honest version of the story and make that the documentary, that really shows a lot to me. I'm really happy when I see them do that. It shows the honesty behind what they're doing there. So I think it's a great documentary. I mean, I think it sheds some light on kind of the history of things there. And it's a good addition to just the general kind of information that's out there, with We Are Legion and all the other work that is in place. Definitely. Yeah, saying that, what Barrett just went through was, I mean, a stunt or something. No, I was in the private chat when Sylvia came on and said, Barrett's missing. Has anyone heard from him? We don't know where he is. I was there for the entirety of the, we all run around with our heads cut off like chickens, kind of, few hours until we figured out what was really going on. And that's just, it's just not true. Not a stunt at all. This happened, and it was, while an arrest of some kind might have been expected, the whole event that just happened was not expected in and of itself. We did not know it was coming. He did not set it up. He was definitely not somewhere where he thought they knew where he was. All right. Let's go here and here. Okay. So yeah, let's talk about. Let's see. What kind of shit propaganda is that film description? You know, it's the kind that gets it onto hot docs. The Canadian, film festival and all that fun stuff. It's the stuff you have to write to get into those places. Is how I'm going to say that about that description. That's like whew. You got to remember just what it takes to get past some of those people. You can't, just outright give the whole thing up in the description either. So I don't think DarkSide. So DarkSide, for people who don't know, are of course the ransomware group that their ransomware as a service was used by one of their, for kind of lack of a better term, clients or franchisees to hit the Colonial Pipeline. They supposedly quit after agreeing not to hit any kind of socially important targets anymore. Thanks, Budo. That's awesome. But then they quit after they told everyone that their Bitcoin wallet had been emptied. Their crypto wallets were emptied, and it wasn't them who did it. Now, I just don't believe that. But I mean, again, it's they're the type of criminal who are going to say stuff like that. That's fine. Whatever.
Yeah.
But thanks, Doxy. But oh, I love it. Hey, that bot should absolutely be subbed. But here's the thing, they had hit like 16 large groups in America, not just the pipeline. A bunch of health services were hit by DarkSide too. So having them, losing access to all their infra, I don't believe that either. They shut servers down. They handed out decryptors for a lot of their stuff, and I think that was them starting to try and cover their tracks. What was interesting about what happened with DarkSide is they actually handed out decryptors to all of their franchisees for all of their targets right before supposedly the Bitcoin wallet was taken. So in the timeline of events, when you're reading some of the darknet kind of people who have put together a series of events, they were handing out decryptors before their Bitcoin wallet emptied, which again tells a different story than the one that they said publicly. But there's another ransomware gang using the exact same set of exploits out there called Conti, and they are hitting a bunch of targets recently, and they've just done something similar to DarkSide in that they hit the Irish health system badly. It's tons of hospitals, tons of everything. They've really hit hard against a bunch of people who, people can literally die from some of what's going on here. And they gave a $20 million ransom. It was 19 something, but $20 million ransom, right? And then instead of waiting for the ransom to be paid after the Irish government said we aren't paying it, they gave the decryptor so the health systems could get back online, but said that we still have all your data and all your patient data, and you still need to pay the 20 million or we're going to leak it. So there is still there's still a ransom on the data, but they gave the decryptor to free the network up. And I think that's kind of interesting, a strange turn of events and how this is going, because this is now only in the span of a month, two different ransomware groups starting to give decryptors to health and infrastructure systems before getting the money. And I think maybe they're realizing that there are targets that are fine to hit and targets that aren't. Like the DarkSide, they actually hit an insurance company here in America and got their ransom paid off months ago, just fine. Because it was just an insurance company. No one was yelling and screaming that the insurance company network was down because they just fuck them. But when it was like a hospital, then it's a problem. And so I think they're trying to figure out ways to somehow kind of journal, like ways to kind of do ransomware in a more ethical way, which is I mean, you can't really ransomware other big criminals. Like that's a tough move, right? Like so like it's hard to make what they're doing ethical. Now, certain targets they hit, I am not going to shed a tear for, like insurance companies. Fuck them. Especially here in the US where, you know, they're basically just exploiting a broken healthcare system for massive profits. Yeah, but they are definitely trying to find more ethical ways to do their ransomware, and I gotta say that's a strange one. Yes, quarantine punk Barrett is currently, I believe, on his way home and home to a location for bed after getting out and going to the pub to celebrate getting out. So Barrett is in decent shape. I had an image up a little bit ago of Barrett as he got out. I'll show that to everyone again so you all can see it again. That's Barrett leaving this afternoon as Sylvia went to go pick him up. You can see that smile. The thing that I've got to say about that smile is, and maybe the reason Commander X just thinks these things are stunts, because he had that smile the whole time. Like when I talked to him, he was laughing. He has a different mind than the rest of us when it comes to this stuff. And when he's inside, sure, he understands the negative nature of it, but he loves talking to all the other people inside and understanding why they're there and their stories and coming up with things to say and do based on it, and just making friends with all the other people in places like this. So like it's hard to describe exactly how he is there, because he definitely wants out and understands he needs to get out for his and everyone who loves him's sake. He also has fun with it. So, you know, whatever. You know, that's Barrett. That's our Barrett right there. Yeah. Yeah, you know, I definitely remember my time inside, and after solitary, when I was actually in general, I got a lot of interesting stories from people. I mean, it's what actually helped to turn me into kind of, you know, activist mindset. So, I get it, but it's definitely interesting. Yeah, yeah, exactly. He just has that smirk. Wow. Well, Commander X, you know, could anyone name anything he's actually done? Like, I can't. I've seen him show up in places where we were getting things done before. Half the time, we wonder how he found his way there, because we don't fully understand him. But yeah, I've never seen him actually do anything. He's thrown up websites that no one could use. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I guess he has brought some attention. He's definitely been able to draw attention, so that's a good point. And really, that is a strong piece of the play here, right? When you're doing activism, you've got to get attention to the right projects, and he's done a good job of that. So I guess that's decent. But not recently, right? I mean, I think Canadian Len is kind of right here. Early on, he definitely did a job of drawing eyes to things, which is how he kind of ended up in the public eye. And standing out front of that courthouse saying, "I am the hacker Commander X." But like, I mean, yeah, you know, I don't know. I don't hate the guy. I don't dislike the guy. I just think there's a lot of issues there. I'm glad he has friends. I'm glad he has followers. I hope he does well. Just a lot of the times, people that are his followers and friends have thought he's done something. It was somebody else. Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, again, but that goes back to me thinking he's got like some mental issues or something, you know. I don't know what his exact problem is with Barrett, because Barrett pretty much, yeah, I mean, Barrett told the truth in the documentary Face of Anonymous, so, uh, I mean, so did I. So, you know, good times. Everyone should watch that documentary. Again, I think it's well shot. It's good work. Um, Yeah, yeah, yeah. It is the old dude from some old anon vids. And yeah, you know, he has been through a lot. I mean, again, homeless for a very long time, traveling for a very long time. So again, like, I'm not gonna hold anything against him. I'm not like, I'm only actually even talking about him because Chad has brought him up a couple times. I honestly wish him well. I hope things go good for him. You know, in strange ways, an ally in that back in the past when ops needed exposure. He was surprisingly good at getting people to pay attention to things. He hasn't been for a while, but I was never quite positive if the attention was positive or not, but it led to positive attention. Yeah, I mean, I could see some jealousy there, I guess. It's just, it's, I don't know, one of those things. We should totally have Kurt here, and he's not yet. He is getting settled at home now, though. Yeah, I am totally 100% back to normal now. My vaccine pain days are over. I feel a hell of a lot better. So that is good. I'm I guess what is it? 12. So I'm like 4 days away from the 2 weeks being over, and then I'm good. Then according to the CDC, I can totally just go everywhere I want without a mask. Don't read anything past the headline that actually tries to describe what you're really supposed to do. Just like every other American, read only the headline that says you can totally go everywhere without a mask now, because that was a smart thing for them to do. I don't believe that for a minute. I'll be wearing my mask for a little bit longer. Yeah, because yeah, right? Like, not a fan of how that guidance went down.
No, that was really ill considered.
Right? Good times here, though. Yeah, I got my second dose, and I'm still going to be wearing my mask. Yeah, Commander X is not old school Anon, and he, of course, wasn't actually deep in any of the networks or doing anything at the time that all of this started up. He showed up late to the game, years late to the game, so by the time that Commander X actually showed up and was trying to do anything, Kurt was already far off in the background, avoiding publicity. As he stated, and we've talked about on the show many times, so it makes complete sense that a lot of people don't know Kurt. In that, like, when you look at some of the books that are out there, you find a lot of people focusing on the 2011, 2012, like Operation Payback, Operation HP Gary, and all the Julian Assange support and the Visa and MasterCard attacks and whatnot as sort of this beginning phase. But that was years after we had already been doing the Chronology stuff, and again, years after the actual kind of founding of what would be Anonymous and kind of the iconography and the whole aesthetic and the ominous nature of it, which is where Kurt came in, way back. So by the time the Commander X was actually doing anything, Kurt was definitely in the background and not having his name widely spread around in any of the public circles, like someone like me might have been at that point, because I'd been, outed on that DVD by Scientology. Definitely. Yeah. But I mean, so, like, the idea that he hadn't heard of Kurt is, like, totally fine. A lot of people hadn't. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this goes way farther back than any of those. And, when you talk to people, they're like, oh, yeah, I was there at the beginning, and they start talking about, like, Operation Payback from, like... 5 years into you already being a part of this. You're like, it's not really the beginning. That's years late. But we're glad you showed up. It's kind of like when I was at Occupy, and we had a lot of the anti-war people and the anti-capitalism people who'd been doing this since the 60s, who were out there all with their gray hair in their 70s, like, just thanking us for finally showing the fuck up. Like, we've been fighting this fight since then, and you finally showed up. Like, at that same time, when I look at, like, 2012, 2013, 2011, like, that little range, like, I feel that same way. Like, thanks for finally showing up, people. So... the beginning is a hard thing to really tie down. If you want to go with, like, the first uses of the name to describe an entity itself, you might even be able to take it into, like, 2004 and whatnot. But as a thing, Kurt would love to have this conversation. but it was a couple years past that it really became the joke that it was initially, which was that everyone on the 4chan had the same name as the username, anonymous in green text.
Because we were all just one person talking to themselves.
Yeah, exactly. The joke was that we were all talking to ourselves. It was like one guy just having a conversation with his own sock puppet. And that started as a joke, but exactly. /B and all that fun stuff. So that was a while before it really became what it was. By mid 2006, it was definitely the internet hate machine. By the end of 2007, the internet hate machine was going at full fucking speed. And at that point, we all kind of started taking it down the activism route. In the early 2008 in January. Again, like the Message to Scientology video that really started the serious activism side of all of this. And serious is a strong way to say it,
maybe
but
not the best choice of words there. But
that video was uploaded after being handed off by someone in the chat. I finished the upload on, and I know this by heart, January 21st at about 10 p.m. 2008. And that next morning, Anonymous was definitely something different than it was the day before. Good times. So yeah. So there's a lot of history there that, people who came in years later didn't do a lot of work to look up. A lot of them saw the big splashy press that LulzSec and things like that generated and just joined then and really thought like this had started that year, and they never looked into the history of it. And that's fine, whatever. Everyone who wants to join up and do, this style of activism and get involved is, yes, please. I would love it if some of them learned more of the history. I would love it if some of them paid more attention to where it all came from. But if they don't, they don't. The documentaries are there for people to catch up with some of it. I believe Kurt to be home now. I will say that chat has asked this question. He will be showing up here soon. Let's see here. Someone should write a book. Yeah. Well, so there are books. Parmy Olson's book is the, I would say, least factual of them all, so don't rely on that one. There's some good stories in it, just, they're stories. Gabriella's is interesting, but it focuses, I think, a little too much on only kind of like the Sabu time period. I love Gabriella, by the way. Biella's awesome. We were really lucky to have an anthropologist like show up in anonymous circles so early, like early 2008. She was already kind of paying attention to what was going on. So, there's definitely some decent info in hers. But again, it's not really the story that I would like told. That goes deeper back to the beginning of it. There are a few others. There's the Cole Stryker book, which again fills in some more holes, but also has its own versions of mistruths and kind of stories that Cole was told that aren't exactly right. Through, I think, no fault of his own, like as much fact-checking as could have been done on people who didn't want to be found. Like, it's kind of tough, right? Thanks for all the subs and follows, everyone. Yeah. But, I would definitely put Biella in there with us, but, she's an academic who's been following us. She is not an anon herself, I believe is how she would want it described, I would hope. So I still have, I think the first 6 chapters edited, mostly final edits of the book I was working on. And chapters 7, 8, and 9 about half done. I think, the right move at this point would be for me to go back, since, all of this was written all the way back in like 2012, 2013, and revisit it, clean it up a little, and then maybe I could work with Kurt on it. I don't know. I'll talk to him about it. Maybe the two of us put that all together and, turn it into another book. Because I have a hell of a lot of material that's written, that's edited, that's been verified, gone through legal already at the publisher before we decided not to go forward because they were scared little punks. So yeah, I think we could do that. Yeah, my mask. Yeah, I mean, I have two masks. I have the original one from like the night we chose to use this mask. There it is. A little damaged. It's got a little crack in it. And then I have my mask I've been using for a few years as my own. My friend from Project Anati Mask made this for me. But yeah. Good times. Yeah, so maybe I talked to Kurt about that one. He might be interested in that. I did actually go and for another thing that I was working on, find all of my source material and my actual chapters and all that. No worries, Bulletproof Medic Man. I a big fan, by the way. Love all the stuff you're doing. Share everything I can. Yeah, I knew he was hanging out and he was gonna be busy. So I told everyone, that was happening. But if anyone does want to say anything, there's good old Hot Medic from the images that Kurt was sharing. Bulletproof Medic there. So glad to have you in the chat. I'm sure Kurt will show up shortly. Yeah. Yeah, Commander X has no clue what he's talking about when it comes to the mask. Again, he showed up years late. And Cassandra did too. Multiple years late. Like, I think she didn't show up until at least 2.5 years after we already chose the mask. So, again, Commander X just gets a lot of things wrong. And again, whatever. He can have his own version of history if he feels like it, but the real version of history is in the actual documentaries, and will be in like the actual books and whatnot. The Faces doc, it talks about things going back, but it's mostly following kind of Commander X's stuff. So it starts, I think its first anything is probably around the 2011 range. So it's a bit late. But yeah, I mean, X looking for attention is nothing new. That's definitely been his game since the beginning. And no worries. Yeah. But yeah, Cassandra had literally nothing to do with choosing the mask. And I'll tell the mask story while we wait for Kurt again. Like, the mask itself, when we had released that first video, the message to Scientology, we had no actual plans. It was, we're going to troll and have fun trolling. Then a ton of people show up on IRC, over 9,000 people to use the meme, but like it was just under 11,000 people actually tried to join the IRC server the next morning. And we spent the next weeks dealing with that, getting new servers spun up so it could handle the load and all those things. And we ended up with, a little down the line there, deciding that we had to do something with all of these people, because while you can't tell Anonymous, especially at that point, what to do, they were looking at that YouTube channel that had put up the message to Scientology for kind of like, what's next? We all came here because you said a thing. And so we fought for a day and a half in our own little private channel on Marble Cake, which you'll notice the bot in here, not the Streamlabs one, but the other one that handles points and stuff is named Marble Cake, also the game. We fought in there over what to do before coming up with the protest idea, and that we would go to all of the churches of Scientology across the globe. And because we had people at that point in 143 cities in 42 countries represented on the IRC. Those numbers were approximate because we were hoping some people were actually, proxied up properly and shit, but that was the rough numbers that we could pull from the logs. And taking that, we started arguing over, well, if we're going to go outside, what are we going to do? Kurt is home, by the way. I just got the message, so he's setting up. But what are we going to do with people outside? They've got to be anonymous. And at that point, we had to figure out one problem. Sure, the Guy Fawkes Max had been used on the Chans by the comic Epic Fail Guy for a little bit, which was hilarious. We all loved Epic Fail Guy. But whatever we did had to kind of fit, had to give us the ominous nature we wanted for the thing, and also had to actually exist in every major city, because at this point we were telling people in less than 2 weeks, in areas where shipping was going to be a problem. Like, there were some protests in Central Africa. There were protests just all over the globe, and so there were going to be real trouble getting a mask in time unless it was already in your country, like already in stock. So we actually went and did a night of phone calling. I mean, it was almost 23 hours, so I say a night, but it was like straight phone calling on all kinds of other stuff with a list of masks that we thought might work. There was a Batman mask, a Masquerade mask, the V mask, of course, the Guy Fawkes mask. Just a short list of them to find what existed. Because if it wasn't like already in Australia in enough volume to match protesters in Perth, Adelaide, Sydney, you know, all the cities there that were going to protest, then it couldn't be the mask we chose because it wouldn't be a unified image, right? And after talking literally for everywhere from freaking Sydney to Jerusalem to, you know, Hamburg to Paris to all the way across America, all the way to freaking LA, every city had the Guy Fawkes mask in stock. And they had all stocked up after V for Vendetta, and no one was buying them. They were not selling. So half of the comic shops and whatnot that we called, and some of the costume shops that we called, literally had taken them off the shelves and they were sitting in back gathering dust. They all had stock. And they were all cheap. They were like $10 or less, depending on, you know, local currency. And it's like 10 USD. So they were all cheap enough. And so we kind of had no choice. You know, everyone wants the romantic story of why we chose it, and some, you know, like Catholics will love to argue that you shouldn't be, you know, aggrandizing freaking Guy Fawkes and, you know, his horrible terroristic ways. But it had nothing to do with Guy Fawkes himself. Like, we could care less what the fuck he was on about. This was the only mask we could actually choose and get a unified worldwide image. It was a practical choice. So over the next couple days, we made images, we made flyers, we made another video, and we put the mask out there as everyone go get one. And to our, you know, kind of shock every time, everyone did. You know, the whole not your personal army thing, like St. J. Graves there says, you know, it's like, yeah, we were always surprised when we were putting out our materials that the people came along for the ride. So, you know, but that is how the mask came to be. Like, all these other randos who think like it's a thing, like, or that, you know, Cassandra had something to do with it. She didn't show up for years after that meeting. So, you know, there's people in this chat right now, one of which was in that meeting, one of which was helping make the videos while we were doing all of that. So, no, you know.
I will say, I do think that the fact that mask was chosen, even if it was an entirely pragmatic choice, because of the association with Epic Fail Guy, really did have a lot to do with the success of it.
Oh, yeah. The fact that people actually took our suggestion, were like, yes, let's go, was because it had already been included around.
Yeah.
When you talk about, so in chat, someone says, you know, what's our, well, I believe you're saying what's our take on New Anon saying the Anon movement is infiltrated by the feds. We have been saying that since day one. Yeah. Like, back in the old, like, I'm talking like 2006, 2007, during, you know, the fights, the fun we had with Habbo Hotel or Hal Turner or anything else, all the way up into the raids with you know, anti-Scientology stuff with Chanology.
Every channel.
The one thing that you always have to remember is every single place you are that has 4 or more people in it, you have to assume there's a Fed or a collaborator there, and that's not to say that that's necessarily true. It's just the safest way to be. Exactly, like through your friends, like Jason says. Like, if you don't assume that, then you're making a horrible OPSEC mistake, no matter how secure you think you were. So, like, sure, New Anons are saying that. I hope they're saying that, because we've been saying it since, like, '06. Like, so, you know, it's always been the case. There's not too much hidden about what we're doing. You know? It's been hard to find some of the way more private places. Like, there were like 6 or 7 people in the Command and HQ channels when it came time for like LulzSec to do the things it did. But like when it came to, you know, earlier planning channels and whatnot, they were just kind of open. You just had to know the name, and they got leaked all the damn time. So, you know, one of the Internet Hate Machine channels when we started Chanology had like 80 people in it. Like, there were feds in there. I mean, that's just how that works. If you don't assume that's the case, then you are committing OPSEC failure 101. You know, so it's just one of those things. Yeah.
It's like that bit from Malcolm X's "The Bullet or the Ballot" speech. You know, brothers and sisters, friends, and I see some enemies. In fact, I think we'd be fooling ourselves if we had an audience this large and didn't realize there were some enemies present. Exact same principle.
Indeed. Ah, the old "I'm not American." Yeah. I believe you. No, seriously though. Yeah, I mean, it's just sure they're saying it out of some kind of you know, I don't know. They're saying it for a different reason than we are, but same effect. I'm glad they're saying it because it's important. Just so everyone is aware, because cats are important. The slight slowdown on Kurt actually showing up tonight was not only him out there having fun with Hot Medic, but it was with good old Bulletproof Medic there. But it was also on the way home, had to stop and get cat food and then feed the cats when got home. So if you all love cats, you can totally understand the extra amount of time we've been waiting here.
If you don't love cats, you've made a horrible mistake by being on
the Yes, exactly. Cats ruin everything and are also awesome. So, you know, it's both. Good times. Rule 0. Gotta love the cats. You know, and you gotta love the stuff that that Kurt does with the cats, with the rescue and the kind of socializing of ferals and all that other fun stuff. He is working hard to prevent cat Narok. Long cat will not rise under Kurt's leadership. Good times. The old memes. We had so much fun back then. Why do hackers love cats so much?
They remind hackers of themselves.
Yeah, there's a kinship there in attitude of how you look at the world and how you treat the world. There's definitely a kinship there in exactly how they act. Like, you know, I love dogs too. I'm a fan of dogs. I had dogs growing up and everything else, but cats just feel more like our type of people. You know?
I seem to recall a famous statement about trying to herd cats. It's very reminiscent to anyone that's dealt with hackers.
Indeed. So what else does chat want us to talk about before Aubrey joins us here? I mean, you know, the question is Long Cat tall enough to get to Ceiling Cat, really? You know, if Long Cat can reach Ceiling Cat, it's over. The cat love seems excessive? No. I mean, I still literally have on this hard drive the original cat image with text on it, and not just like a copy of it downloaded off of Google, but literally from the thread that I was in, right-clicked and saved the original Icon as Cheeseburger image. I still have on this damn thing. We have loved cats for a very long time at this level. Well then, for all I know, I just got a secret coded message from a cat, because on Kurt's chat, I just got a bunch of someone slammed the keyboard type of keys. So the cats are now talking to us. Good times. Yeah, I mean, you know, you could call it excessive, but it's just one of those things, you know. All right, everybody. Well, that is good. What do we got going on over here? Take a second to check in on things. Okay. Yes. Yeah, just for everyone's, knowledge there, Barrett is now somewhere going to sleep and all that fun stuff, so good times. Good times. Hey, do the thing. Ta-da! That
time.
right there is a screen with someone supposedly named Kirtaner. Oh my god, everybody. Do you see a Kirtaner?
You really got to fix the alignment on that shit, man. There is a placeholder image. It's there. It does the job for you.
Aren't you aligned right now?
Do you need me to shut? Okay, you know what? Fuck, okay, I'm going to try this. Let's go back there. It's close, but it's not. No.
I see. All right, we are gonna...
Look, I'm a stickler for this kind of shit, okay?
You are.
The reason why that is an annoyance is say I want to hold something up or show something, and
there you go.
The borders aren't exact, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know what's cut off. I don't know if I'm showing if it's visible or not. So yes, I'm going to be picky about that kind of thing.
There you are. You are cleaned up. The borders are in place. The text is where it goes. There we are. Everybody say good evening to Kurt after his fun last few days hanging out with Hot Medic.
Yes.
Good old Bulletproof.
Yeah. That is some funny ass shit.
Right. Do you mind? I'm going to show the image that you tweeted out of you.
Yes. Go for it.
Everybody, if you did not see it, here is Kurt all dressed up, ready to go. Trumpistan Kurt. I love it.
I've been radicalized. It's actually that's my mirror universe clone.
That's the mirror universe clone there. All right, let's get back to us. There we are. Yeah, I love it. You actually pull the look off well. So don't ever go that way because you'll fit right in.
Yeah, actually, when I saw that photo, I was actually kind of terrified.
Right.
Just the dumbstruck look, like gun. The lack of trigger safety.
Right, like everything.
The patchy facial hair. Like that Trump hat, it covers my hairdo so well that, like, unless you like actually knew straight up that was me going into it, you're gonna be like, wait a minute. No, that can't be him.
Right.
Oh, by the way, that body armor is fucking heavy. Like that is a real fucking vest of body armor. My shoulders hurt for like 20 minutes after taking that thing off.
Oh yeah, those types really put the strain.
Got to get those push-ups in.
Yeah.
I gotta hold that stuff up because
gotta do those overhead presses.
Exactly.
Yeah. Gotta really fucking just fucking just go.
There you go.
Yeah.
He's prepared. So
squats notes.
We've talked
bro.
We've talked about some of the ransomware stuff from the last week, like DarkSide, of course, being shut down. Conti.
On the topic of ransomware, there were a set of tweets that went out recently, like talking about the experience that I had with ransomware, and I want to set aside later on tonight. I want to set aside like 15 minutes, and I want to go over a hilarious, partially related story.
Yeah.
About that and my departure from that company. I told this to my own Twitch audience 2 weeks ago, and I feel like that this audience here will very much appreciate it. The people that were privy to me telling it then, let's just say it took them several minutes to pull themselves off the floor. It is a saga, and it is endlessly hilarious. But continue. We talked about DarkSide last week.
We talked a little more about them now. We talked about Conti, the other ransomware, the one that actually has hit the Irish health system and has sent them the decryptor before the ransom was paid because the health effects on everyone they were feeling bad about, and said, but you can still pay the ransom because we're going to leak your data if you don't. And it's been interesting watching as the ransomware crowd.
Ransomware have been evolving rapidly, and
they're trying to find a way to be ethical, right? Like they're trying, and it's strange. It's very, very strange.
Yeah. Yes, it is. I am all here for it. I mean, like, ransomware as a service, that's a whole thing. Like, it's an entire industry. They are very consummate professionals. And at the same time, I think at this point, enough noise and enough trouble has been caused by their customers that they are trying to figure out how to make this work without being hunted by Five Eyes to the ends of the earth.
Yeah, I don't think it's actual ethics. I think they're like, well, if we only go after the targets that no one cares about, we kind of get away with it.
Yeah, don't fuck with hospitals. Don't fuck with anything involving healthcare or what, especially now during a pandemic, right?
Right. I mean, don't anyways, but yes, exactly. Especially now, because they'll be way madder at you at this point. But
I'm not saying from a you're gonna get hunted by feds perspective. I'm just saying like from a human being perspective. Just don't.
Right.
That's a little bit over the line.
Yeah.
If you're gonna have criminal activities like that over the internet, computer crimes, that's taking it a little bit too far. So don't do that. If anybody running a ransomware operation ever watches this, just don't do that.
So one of the things I wanted to talk about while you were here, because I thought you might have a take on it, is Freenode, right?
Oh yeah.
So we both know what happened with Freenode. For anyone out there who doesn't know what Freenode is, it's an IRC network, a chat network. It's been around since, I believe, '94. It's been around for a long time. It was there since the early EFNet days, everything else, and it's been where a lot of open source projects have done their organizing and have had their channels. A lot of other people use it too, but Freenode IRC has always been this open platform for open source projects and programming and all that. And over the last few weeks, and this is going to sound crazy, the Crown Prince of Korea has done a hostile takeover of Freenode IRC and now owns every node, all of the materials, the domains, has like complete control of the damn thing, and a bunch of the staff who were mostly volunteer at that point, running Freenode, have quit and started a new network called Libera.chat. Libera.chat.
Yes.
And so the Crown Prince of Korea has hostile taken over the Freenode IRC network. And I don't understand at all. Why?
It's like not even worth. It's like
it's just work.
Does he think that it's a big?
There's no profit there.
It's a major chat network. Oh, if I get like Discord, Discord's a $1 billion business. Clearly, there's money here. Okay, so clearly somebody here does not know jack shit about the nature of IRC nets.
The one thing that people don't know is, or a lot of people don't seem to know, is that he's actually one of those wonderful. Besides already having a little money, being the fucking Crown Prince of Korea, he's actually also like a Bitcoin billionaire. Like he's one of those people who got into Bitcoin early because he's a tech investor, tech enthusiast. But he's also one of those people who had enough money that he never felt pressured to sell ever. So he just had a ton when it hit peak and sold off a ton at peak. So he got even more rich, and he used some of his Bitcoin money to take over Freenode. So I do think in some way there might actually be some hidden, like in his mind, good reason for doing this. Like he thinks with his money and stability, he maybe can help the network. But this is not how free open source networks and work. Like you can't have one guy as absolute ruler with final decision and everything. That's not a good place to be if you want an open, free society built on this. So exactly, death to kings. So we're now dealing with the fact that a lot of open source projects are working on the move over to Libera.chat, but it's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they hired the former CTO of Mt. Gox.
Oh my.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
So
Um.
yeah,
Ooh.
Carpel is
Uh.
good old Mark Carpel there is involved. So again, both of these people are people who smell money in the water and go for it. And there's no money in Freenode. What the
Huh.
fuck?
Oh
Yeah,
my
I just
goodness.
don't get
Oh my
it.
goodness. Oh my.
I don't
Yeah,
get it.
there is. Yeah, there's no money in Freenode. There's no money in IRC networks. Period.
Yeah,
Really.
it's a time sink. You're going to waste time and money running it.
And the people that are still invested in IRC are the exact opposite demographic for any sort of these chat network profit seeking ventures. Like it's
I just don't get it. This is dumb. Everything
massive.
it's dumb.
Like this is taking IRC drama to a whole new level. I was not even
Yeah, I was not prepared
ever
for
thinking
this
possible.
Like, yeah, how do you like hostile take over an open source federated network like that? But pulled it off. I guess a billionaire can do it. I guess.
Like,
And then you
even,
ask why.
I ask him like, do you know what IRC is? And when did you first hear of IRC?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
have you ever used it yourself?
Oh yeah,
I have questions.
Like, dude has been all over IRC for a long time. Like, again, he's like a young tech guy, and so like, I don't know. I just don't get it. I don't get it at all. I don't think I ever will. I think this is a losing proposition. I think all the staff that made Freenode actually function properly have all left. Yeah, what the hell?
I'm gonna laugh. This is a random aside, has nothing to do with anything other than me spending some time with Hotmatic. It didn't take that long, but already Louise Mensch is all over that shit.
Of course.
Yeah.
Louise Russia Mensch. Good old.
Yeah. So now to let the new conspiracy theories begin. Oh wow, I mean, this thread is a shit show. People trying to asking why I had a fucking encrypted radio and body armor.
Like none of them get it. These are the types of people who watch Bulletproof Medic stuff and actually like believe it, like, and don't find the humor. Like this is like people who don't think it's funny. They think like it's meant, you know?
Yeah.
Like it's that level of stupidity. Like I freaking love all the videos. Like I don't know. I don't get these people. It's the same level of people who are saying that Barrett staged his arrest. Like it's the same level of intelligence. It's Commander X levels of intelligence.
Yeah. And before she starts trying to like dig with fucking Hot Medic to try to figure out where I live, she also seems she thinks that I fled the United States. She thinks I fled the United States, and that it wasn't
He's a
my
Canadian national.
And not the other way around. That my spouse left here and went down to the States. It's the other way around.
Yeah, Mensch is a moron.
And also and she's openly collaborating with my baby mama right now, with my spouse, my ex. I don't know what the fuck to call her. The mother of my child. Louise Mensch is currently out there collaborating with her publicly, trying to help her with a custody battle. So it's already getting that level of stupid for me. And I just want to say that like she's straight up telling me that if she gets served papers from Canada in regards to our child, we haven't even filed for divorce yet. I was going to wait and let everything settle before I even started handling that shit. But she's straight up telling me that this is the only time I'm going to bitch about my personal problem, very intimate personal problems. But like, enough is the fucking enough, and I just need to vent for a minute.
Please do.
So she doesn't want to co-parent. She's explicit that she was explicit for months that I take her back and she comes back to Canada and lives with me, and we be a happy family. Or she's going to do everything in her power to keep my child from me. And now she told me, she's like, go have fun on your shitty fucking show, you pathetic loser. And it's like, okay, great, thanks. I will do that. But she's straight up saying now that if she gets served legal paperwork from Canada to the US, that she is just going to throw it in the trash and ignore it because jurisdictions, bro, you can't do anything. I'm an American and your son is an American. And like, well, actually, our son is a dual citizen. You wouldn't send me the birth certificate, but I did request it from Pennsylvania directly because I'm the father. So they're going to be sending that to me, and I'm going to be filing for Canadian citizenship paperwork for our son. And yeah, I am dealing with a extreme amount of constant psychological abuse from her. The only reason why she is doing this now again is like people for some reason think that it's either prudent to her or funny or something because we're blocked. We have each other blocked on Twitter. She made sure of that because she has a TweetDeck column up for anonymous related stuff, and she just could not stand seeing me pop up in that feed. So she demanded that we block each other. So that happened. People keep taking screenshots or something of shit between my girlfriend and I and sending it to her. And she, every single time, she loses her goddamn fucking mind. And you know, like the level of stupidity is so much that she has continued to refuse to go and get an American SIM card for her phone. She has been in the States since January, roaming on her Canadian cell phone plan. So as of this point, over $2,000 has been accrued on roaming fees for her phone.
That's great.
And she keeps telling me that she's going to go get a new American phone number and not tell me what the phone number is, and I'm never going to hear from her again. And I'm like, okay. Then hours later, she'll be like, "Oh, something came up and I didn't do it." So it's like, oh, I at this point, like, I have to wonder, like, does she enjoy knowing that she's continuing to fucking drain every single goddamn penny that she can? Like, I don't get it. I really just do not fucking get it.
It's hard to understand people in that situation.
Called me a broke, jobless loser that has never my financial difficulties due to her are because I never had a job. It's like, wait, what? I had a 6-figure income a couple of years ago. Like I had a corporate contract with Ericsson. Like I was a senior engineer. And like I had a long stretch of being employed for
some people
about
also
8 years.
Some partners make it harder to be employed.
Yes, that too. She would make berate me and insult me and stuff and make me leave work earlier than I was supposed to go and get her alcohol, or if she ran out of weed, she would threaten me and say, like various assorted threats and insults unless I left during lunch break to go drive to a weed dealer and do a round trip back to drop it off at our place in the middle of the day and then drive back to work. If I was stuck in traffic and didn't get home within 30 minutes to cook her dinner, then she would start flooding my phone with, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you, I hope you die, I hope you get in a car crash. You're fucking lying. You didn't leave work when you said you did. You're sending me this traffic isn't real. You changed the address. You're setting an alternate route to make it look like it's going to take you longer to get home. That was my life for years. For years, that was my life.
Not a good life.
No, and she I put her through college. Like, on my behalf, she got her college loans and she's refusing to pay those loans. She has never had a job ever, period. And when when I tell her that, and no, actually, my financial difficulties are not anything other than you didn't ever contribute to our household income, and I was afraid to ever say no to you. She would tell me that she didn't get a job because I was going to drain her finances. She She loves to do that. Like literally anything, period, ever whatsoever, she will flip.
It's the Republican victim complex, played out in reality.
Yeah, like, and she'll say that I'm gaslighting her and shit. It's like, and it was physically abusive for a long time too, right? Like, she likes to say, "Oh, you antagonized me, and that's why I started being physically violent." It's like, yeah, well, usually like
there are police documents to back up that she was physically violent.
Yeah. In fact, when she left the country, she was still in court proceedings for her last domestic assault arrest, and she wasn't even supposed to be living with me because there was a police mandated restraining order. So she left the country and got away with that because of COVID. She was able to do her last court appearances remotely over phone. She didn't have to show up physically, and so she got away with that. And by the way, she left the country 2 weeks after telling me that she was pregnant too. So I mean,
yeah,
it's been. If people want to understand, just my pressures do not just involve internet hijinks.
Yeah. If anyone wants to wonder, like if you've been watching Kurt and wondering why maybe he's a little less stable when it even comes to like showing up for Showtime or when he's tweeting or what he's doing with his life, like there are damn good reasons that things are going a little tougher for Kurt right now that people should be definitely giving some leeway for.
Yeah,
and I'm glad like the chat here seems to do a really good job of that.
Yeah. She earlier today. She was telling me, "Oh no, you beat me when I got arrested too." It's like, no, I dodged you and I put you in a restraining hold once to stop you from trying to fucking attack me. You barely even remember. You were that was the most drunk I've ever seen you. What's something that a lot of people don't know, but fun fact: when it involves a domestic dispute in this country, I don't know if it's by province, but at least here in Ontario, you call the police for a domestic violence incident, right? It's not like in the States where you can just say, "Oh, you know what? I'm not going to press charges." The moment they hear the word domestic, it's out of your hands. Like your spouse, it is completely 100%. That's it at that point. They are going to come. They're going to evaluate the situation. They're going to take statements from both of you. And if they look over you and they look over the other person and determine that you hit them back, like and say, "Oh well, she swung at me, so I swung at her," you're both going to fucking jail.
Yeah.
There is zero say whatsoever in the couple. It is 100% of the police. How they decide to go ahead with that. She was earlier today trying to tell me that that the only reason the police didn't arrest me too is because she said when she was in the station, she begged them not to. And it's not how it works.
No, that's definitely not how any of that works.
So yeah, so I try to keep I try to keep a lot of this as private as can be. She tries to goad me on so that I go and spill a bunch of shit in public so that she has an excuse to try to make me look bad. And, she's probably going to find out that I said this shit. But like, even on my own Twitch channel, a number of weeks back, she angrily came into the chat because I stopped replying to her on Signal. And like, she put me in a full-blown panic attack. And straight up said in chat, and there was a VOD of this, she said it was my fault that she beat me. So
and that's just never the case. That's not how that works.
Yeah, it just like every single time I try to ask about my son, she's like, nope. And so I stopped asking for the last while. And stopped trying to even like reply to her, except for when like she said something like really out of line. And now she's trying to say that I never ask about my son. I don't care about him. If somebody psychologically abuses you enough and tries to dangle your kid over you like that, like oh, I'm not co-parenting, but if you take me back, you can be in your son's life. Like, no, I'm not fucking playing that shit. I am not fucking like I have more love for myself at this point than that. It took me a long fucking time to really get to that point. As you know, she beat me down for so long that like I legitimately did think that I was worthless, and that, you know, if I left her, that I would never find anybody. And you know, I am in such, I didn't even know relationships could be as positive as the one that I am in now. I didn't even know that it was possible, and you know, that says a lot.
It does. It does.
It was
It's
13
good that
years
you
of my
found your
life.
way there too. It's very good that
Yeah.
you finally found your way there too. Although you're, I mean, as we all know, not out of the fire yet, and so, you know, we're all here to support. We all, you know, want to be kept up to date on things, and hope it goes better than it has been.
Yep.
Everyone in chat is saying MomSec rules.
Yeah, well, I mean, my mom's one of those chatters right there. I'm not going to out who it is.
Right.
Yeah.
Love you, Kurt's mom. But
Yes.
yes. Yeah, so, you know, that is one of
And the only, like, it sucks because like lawyers are fucking expensive, and I already
Yeah.
like I already had the shit dropped in my lap. And by the way, like, if any, like my mother lived with us for a decade, so if I was saying anything out of line or incorrect here, yeah, she would slap me up the head. But
yeah.
she is not doing that. She is actively participating in the chat and this discussion right now.
Yeah.
So she knows very much what my life was like. So like I'll just add that too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Whew. So
yeah,
where do you go from here at this point? I mean, now it's on to, you know, just doing your own thing and moving forward, and
it sucks too, because like I can't go get a fucking small ass place because I have a child I have to keep in mind, right?
yeah,
But,
I mean, things could change
and
at any minute.
things could change at any minute. Fucking lawyers are goddamn expensive. I have no idea how the hell I'm gonna manage any of this, but like it's one of those things where for the sake of my child, like that's a sooner than later kind of thing. I haven't even filed for divorce. Like I haven't had time or energy or anything to do any of this shit. And just one thing after another keeps happening. And it really fucking bothers me seeing that people like Louise Mensch have gone and wrapped themselves around her and are actively like saying, "Oh, I'll hand you custody on a silver platter."
You should read chat, just, you know, if you haven't.
I have been.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Fortune
whatever.
favors the brave. That's my mom.
Yeah. I just wanted you to know that the outing had happened.
Okay.
You
right.
know. Yeah, I love you, Kurt's mom. You know, there's a lots to come from this, and one of the things to take from it for anyone in chat who has the ability and cares, when chat's streaming, you know, get in there on Kurt's streams and take part and join in and encourage everyone else to take part and sub and follow and all that.
Yeah.
As for the not
that.
finding anyone, anyone who looks at that face and doesn't think he can just like walk down the street and pick someone up is stupid.
Yeah.
I know you're
Or,
not
like,
like super narcissistic, but you
Yeah.
look fine, sir.
Yes, I preen myself when I want to be presentable and stuff, but like it still amazes me that, like, you know, I'll show up, I'll find a new crowd and I'll show up in video chat and they'll a girl's voice will be like, "Oh, he's cute." I'm like, "What?"
Right? Yeah. I
Oh.
mean, so you there's no problems there.
Mhm.
But you do put out the good content on your stream there, and people should be having fun. Yes, he streams for too long, but you know what that means? It means you can check in over like a 3-day period, and he's probably still there. So whenever you have a minute, hop in.
Yeah, I've been trying to cut it down so it's not too ridiculous. Like I try
because
to
that was
keep
insane.
it. Yeah, I try to keep it now around the 24-hour maximum mark.
It's still insane, but you know, it's more sane.
Yeah, like focus. Yeah, like now that you have a little more context of my private personal life and the shit that I deal with, understand that like you know, focusing and getting away from the rest of the world for a period of time for that long, like that is some healing ass shit. Like
Yeah.
that's one of the things that's keeping me from legitimately wanting to blow my brains out.
So chat has said, "Isn't Kurt gay?" And I'm gonna let you handle that one. I know the answer to this, but like,
It's a joke. It's a running joke that I'm
yeah,
gay. Yeah. It's a running joke that I'm gay, that I'm transgender. I'm a like all of these things. Like
yeah,
you look me up and you'll see like you'll see fucking anything and everything somebody could say about a person, good, bad, monstrous, atrocious, amazing. I was a controversial figure at one point in my life,
yes,
you
yes,
could say, and people would just make shit up or like find something that they could try and smear me with and go and run with it. And of course, people that have no critical thinking skills eat that shit up like nobody's business. But hey, I mean,
indeed.
when you're making waves in anything that can be remotely politicized, that's par for the course.
Yes, yes, exactly, exactly. So that's I think the answer you're getting, crowd.
Yeah.
Good times. I'm the one
Yeah,
holding
how
down
many
the defense.
how many times I had to fucking tell my coworkers, oh, I got into a fight with with a neighbor, or I fell down some stairs because they're like, why do you have two black eyes? Yeah,
Yeah. Ugh.
uh, yeah, it's not cool.
Not at
Um,
all. Not even slightly. We got
mhm.
some pretty cool stuff in the future. I mean, I'm gonna say this on chat here. Me and this guy still need to. There we go. This guy, I'm still never gonna be good at that. Still need to talk about a couple things because I have an idea that I think he's gonna fucking love. That will land us somewhere interesting.
Do I accept black people as equal? What the fuck kind of question is that? Like, Black Lives Matter. Like, did you honestly expect a different question here?
Yeah, I have no idea what that kind of a question is.
Yeah,
As equal,
of
absolutely.
course.
Like, yeah,
Humans are humans. Like, even the most brain dead Republican, like they're still a fucking human. They are still entitled to a basic level of respect as a human being. You know, I hate you for I hate you for your beliefs and what you say, not what you look like, and not what
yeah, yeah.
pleases you in the bedroom, and not who you love.
Yeah,
Okay.
race and border have nothing to do with it. It's you know, yeah,
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of us used to be around Weave, and it doesn't. And guess
yeah.
what? We all disowned him. So
We
there's
all
that.
did. We all did. Yeah. I mean, it was hard to be in any kind of a hacker circle without we
Without his
being
ass showing
around.
up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because he would just show up.
especially one like mine, back
Yeah.
in the day. Like that was the kind of scene that, yes, he was gonna go in and he was gonna see how he could raise some hell, and
Wonder what
you
he's
know,
doing
like,
now. He's CTO of Daily Stormer. He
yeah,
helps run Nazi websites and Nazi infrastructure randomly from Russia, a Russian-held territory, or the U.S., depending on what month it is. And he accepts tons of Bitcoin and other crypto funds from French people before they commit suicide. That's Weeb for the last couple years.
and just to put it into context, I started becoming active again uh for the George Floyd incident. Like that's when I started like really putting myself out there again and doing whatever I could to support that, and so on. So like, anybody that ever tries to say that I'm a racist can go fuck themselves.
Yeah, if anyone
Uh,
saw the news stories like last year about
Cal
some
Turner. Do I have to say
yeah
anything else?
some French man giving like $500,000 in crypto to Nazis, that was to Weave and crew. So just so you like understand, like that's what that was.
Oh yeah, yeah. So
On this show specifically, Journal, or on Kurt's stream? Like, I'd love to talk about that. I mean, I've had multiple black people on my show here. I can't, like, there's stupid lines like, oh, my black friends, but like I have literally no issues with black people. I have been, I've literally gone out to George Floyd Square and hung out and helped and organized and been at all the protests out there. Like, so like I am very anti-racist. I've had anti-racist action people who've been doing this since 88, 89 on the show. So I'm like happy to like have that conversation, because there is literally no racism here. So
Of course, you were there at the beginning, Mom. You're the one that constantly got harassment phone calls every time I really pissed somebody else new off.
So
That woman is a trooper. That woman has had to, even got fucking harassed at work sometimes over the shit I was doing fucking 14 years ago. Just so you know, never gave me hell for it.
No, Journal, if you don't want to talk about it, that's totally fine. I want to say, like, I'm open to those especially heightened discussions that have a lot of bad connotations hidden behind them. Because like
understand
I want it
that,
made clear, like
Yeah, like understand that. Yeah, like I am for equal rights no matter what. And that over the years, you have to understand, if you were around on the internet in various trolling circles, like 15 to 10 years ago, the kind of edgy humor that you would see on fucking /poll, like that was very normalized. And over the last handful of years, like that's been denormalized, thankfully. So I can understand that sometimes like in the heat of the moment, like when I'm really worked up, that I might say something that might make you like, oh, huh. But understand that I do a lot. You have no idea how much I try to catch myself and just like bury some of those old neural mappings, because they ain't cool. They ain't cool. They aren't funny. They really aren't. And really, I had bad friends, and they rubbed off on me, and I made sure that they stopped rubbing off on me after a period of time. That's all I got to say about it.
Yeah. And actually, I do want to say that for everyone watching, on Monday we have Skylar Williams coming on. Skylar is a spokesperson for the Land Back movement in Canada, the native indigenous peoples fighting to keep their land from developers, and they find themselves in a situation where, because of the legal classification of the indigenous people in that area of Canada, they aren't allowed to bring evidence to court, they aren't allowed to represent themselves, and they aren't allowed to hire lawyers and bring lawyers to court. They are literally just fucked. And because of the movement and their ability to block development, he is being charged with $20 million in damages for the fact that the developers are currently hurting for not having been able to steal the land and develop stuff on it yet. So we have Skylar coming on Monday to talk all about it, and kind of update everyone on what's going on. And I think that's going to be a really great show, so I hope a lot of you show up and have questions. If you want to go looking into what's going on, the name of the project is the 1492 Land Back Lane. It's a camp in Caledonia, Ontario. And everyone should kind of look into what Skylar and that whole group are doing. It's all the way at the Ontario Superior Court, and he's been found in contempt. He turned himself over on Wednesday, but was released on bail. So yeah, he'll be on Monday.
Good.
Yeah. The First Nations people there are really getting fucked over. And just the idea that, like, one of the arguments for his damages is that he tried to bring evidence to court. Like, what? Mind-blowing. So, yeah, so we have Skylar coming on, and that's going to be a really good show, I think.
Cool. Glad to hear it.
Right? I mean, those people deserve a lot. Skylar Williams, the 1492 Landback Lane camp in Caledonia. Skylar is Skyler Williams. Yeah. So everyone should definitely tune in on Monday for that. Whew. Anyways, yeah, that's going to be a fun show.
I'm sorry. I feel like I kind of dampened the mood a little bit talking about some really heavy shit.
Heavy shit is happening to you. Like sometimes speaking about it is the best thing you can do.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
especially with a crowd who are willing to listen and talk about it.
Yeah, indeed.
So I think we're all happy you feel comfortable opening up.
Yeah.
Definitely. So, let's talk about. I'd love your opinion on Citizen, the app formerly known as Vigilante, that is now called Citizen. That is all about vigilante justice, where you can report and run your own neighborhood watches and.
Boy!
No way this can go
I don't even know if we've talked about this.
So you saw that they got that one that they offered $20,000 in cash. They got it wrong, and they paid the bounty for the info, and then the cops went and got the guy, and it wasn't the guy.
Yeah. So Citizen, this is going to be totally fucking left field, but well, okay. This because a bunch of things a couple of months ago, because a bunch of things started happening, and like if you know what I'm saying, like I'm not going to provide any context, but during that period of time, there was some work being done on Citizen, and well, we'll just say that much like Parler, their APIs are probably not the best engineered.
Yes,
so to say.
A nice way to put it.
Yeah.
Generosity there.
There were early talks about doing a full blown archive of all the. What we'll just say, if anybody wants to continue that track, that the Citizen APIs reveal so much, and you can enumerate that shit like nobody's business.
Yeah, they have no protections in place. You can get around rate limiting easily.
Yeah, and they even the amount of detail that is in them is so fucking granular that you get all of the emergency responder information. You get information on whether or not they detected gunshots and within that report, and the approximate distance to that supposed gunfire. All of the URIs leading to the uncompressed videos that were posted to the platform. And at an early outset, we were looking at something like 50 terabytes of image and video data that we could parse and scrape the URLs from via their API endpoints. So, I mean, now that I've said this never actually was discussed or disclosed publicly. But I mean, it's no crimes were committed discovering this information.
Looking at public open APIs is not a crime.
And I'm sure that this will now, at this point, make its way back to them sooner or later. But if anybody's got 50 terabytes, 50 to 60 terabytes of storage of which to do a bulk dump of Citizen and to scrape all of the data that their APIs have, my hat is off to you. You have everything you need to know.
I think there's one thing that I would like to say to them, because sure, this will make it back to Citizen, but it'll take them a while. Seeing the level of their engineering, it'll take them a little while to deal with it. One of the fun things you should know when you're attempting to defeat rate limiting on certain API endpoints that start throwing out rate limiting is some really stupid APIs actually listen to the X forwarded for header. And when you put different IPs in there, it says, oh, well, that IP only made one request so far. So just play around with the X forwarded for header there.
Any
of the proxy forwarding IP headers, but yeah.
In some cases, any header at all.
Yeah.
Actually, even in like the browser,
Yeah, just completely randomize your browser string.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean it's woo. Their API
fuzz
is
everything,
wide open.
just fuzz all the shit.
Yeah, so have fun with that,
Um,
anyone who has the space. But so
yeah.
Kurt, I know you've been a little busy the last couple of days. Have you seen the fact that we now have a private police force from citizens starting up?
Oh dear
Look at this
Lord.
on the
Well,
screen. Look at this on the screen as I bring it up.
oh dear Lord.
Are you ready for this? Because this is now their vehicle. It is blacked out. It's like murder blacked out. Like all that tint around there is like cop levels of tint, where you cannot see in any of those windows except for the side driver's window. So on the back there, the Los Angeles professional security there, that's a local for hire security force that they have licensed with this one vehicle. And you can see it's number 101. They have responded to the news articles about this, saying that they only have one vehicle so far, and it's a test run of having their own private security force out there, basically being like a neighborhood watch across the nation. But this is the only vehicle right now, and it's in LA, is what they're saying. I tweeted out that I thought this was the next step towards our dystopian future that all of the dystopian books and movies have promised us. A privately run security force.
If it were truly that, they would be using drones. Come on, let's be real here.
Well, we don't know if that's in the backseat of that vehicle or not, right?
Oh God. Yeah, they're just gonna go get some Boston Dynamics dogs, and they're gonna set them up on, just trolling. And I mean, that's private property, so you better not fucking touch it, or we are going to sue the living shit out of you. But
So now citizens have vehicles designed.
I do want to say one thing about this. That's that you got to give them some props, where they clearly walked into like a graphic design firm with the logo for Omni Consumer Products, and they were like, "This is too 80s. We want something updated for 2020."
Yeah.
Oh God.
This is a thing. Like, this is a thing. Like, what?
Naming your company for this shit, naming it Citizen, having that dystopian black color scheme, like it is like that is picture perfect Orwellian as fuck. And
yeah.
I like, do they even realize this? I have to wonder.
Well, I mean, the wonder for me is once they get big enough that they have vehicles in most of the major cities, which big company buys them up? I mean, I'm thinking like, as things consolidate into, our timeline's version of Tyrell Corp, is it Amazon that buys them up?
I don't know.
But, is it Palantir?
So somewhere in the back of my head, I'm still kind of expecting Securitas. They're the owners of the Pinkertons now.
Yeah.
I could totally see this becoming an acquisition of Palantir Technologies.
I absolutely could too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems.
I thought didn't Halliburton spin off KBR?
Yes.
So it would probably be KBR.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it's like what the fuck, dude. So
I'm amazed. I'm amazed he hasn't acquired Clearview AI yet. To be honest with you,
right?
Like, oh God.
So yeah, Citizen, everybody.
Citizen, I gave y'all some hot fucking tips. And if somebody here does not see it and capitalize on this, I will be so fucking disappointed. But at this point, I'm hands off. I'm just disclosing some basic findings. That's all.
So,
if you really want to pick up where the work was left off, there were already some open discussions with the folks over at Archive Team.
Yep.
To assist in the archival effort. So if you really want to go all the way with that one, just know that they're already in the loop that it is a thing that might happen. So enjoy, have fun.
Good times. So
that'll be some fun embarrassment for them in the press. I am sure. Like they even have fucking URIs that give you waveforms of the emergency responder
Yeah,
Shit.
all the radio chatter is on an API. It's like what?
Yeah, all of it.
Crazy.
Yeah,
I've
Clearview
never
is
seen so much.
definitely a problem.
I've never seen so much fucking. Yeah, Clearview. They had a contract with the RCMP until too much noise was made, and they terminated their contract.
Yeah,
So yeah, Clearview got booted the fuck out of this country. Thankfully.
indeed. Something I wanted to show you, Kurt, but also chat just for the hell of it, because I think some fun could be had with this. A lot of us are the tech types who don't want, I don't know, Amazon or Google listening in our houses, right? So I don't have Google Home here. I don't have Alexa here. I'm not having something actively listening. I mean, you're part of a team who exposed TCL TVs for doing the same damn thing. Like, you're listening, right? So I don't want all that. But there's a new open source project called Voice2JSON, voice2json.org, the number 2, that is completely offline, self-hosted on your machine that outputs the text from waveform and also judges intent. So like, are you trying to turn something on, turn something off, make something do this, make something do that?
That's gonna be that is gonna be amazing.
It's freaking awesome.
Yeah, so if you're going to get into the IoT shit and you want to self-host it, I linked something in the chat. It's called Home Assistant. It's an entire prefab Linux OS framework with everything needed to integrate as much as possible with devices that it has compatibility shims for. So like HomeKit.
And check out
Google
this
Home.
new work on voice2json.org. This new work is really awesome because it allows you from the command line to like literally pipe things together and transcribe a WAV file and then turn that into recognized intent and then spit out JSON and do something with it. And like the website has some pretty cool examples of what you can do with it. But you can also just, using this, you can literally transcribe audio from the command line into text and into JSON objects, which is awesome.
I am 100% certain that like this is a new project, right?
Oh yeah, it just hit Hacker News like a couple days ago, I think.
Yeah,
I mean, it looks like it's been around for a while, but it's just now getting like actual like real coverage and really.
It's getting traction. Okay, yeah, I'm so positive that at this point, like the work is already being done to integrate it with Home Assistant.
Oh yeah,
there's no way it isn't.
Oh yeah, it's awesome. So I thought everyone would like seeing that. They're using all the standard stuff that a lot of us have already seen. Like they're using Mozilla's Common Voice database to do its training and things like that. But they've got languages. They've got English, German, Dutch, Catalan, French, Spanish, Hindi, Italian, Korean, Kazakh, everything.
Yeah, you can set up your OBS scenes with this. If you mean Voice2JSON, yeah, like go get an OBS WebSocket and then start literally
do some crazy stuff with this.
Just start keying like specific phrases that you say while live, and whoosh, things happen. Like the sky's the limit here. Oh yeah, and if you didn't know that, there is a WebSocket plugin for OBS that enables you to programmatically pretty much do anything possible within OBS. It's really cool.
Yeah, you can do a lot of cool stuff. I don't know. I thought chat and I thought you especially would like the Voice2JSON thing because I knew you had shown me Home Assistant a couple times before in the past. So when I saw that today, I wanted to share that with anyone because like the idea that you can totally do your transcriptions and get intent out of audio. All just from the command line with piped commands into JQ, and everyone who does anything at the command line with JSON knows JQ is like the tool for formatting your JSON. It's great. I love it. So I think that's a fun toy to play around with. I'm gonna have some fun figuring out what I can do with that.
Oh yeah, totally. Like, and I got some free Echo Dots. Actually, this might be a good way to segue into what I said I wanted the little story time.
Yeah.
So I do have some Alexas. Like I have some Echo Dots that were given to me free by Amazon during like various promotions, right? And I also have I have an Ecobee thermostat that has Alexa built in. So I didn't have all of these too long. This is a couple of years ago. So this is going to tie in with things later. So just remember that. I got a bunch of Alexas. It's tied in with my Amazon account. I was actually like briefly using them for silly things because, I mean, like why not, right? So the ransomware. It's a hot topic right now, right? So I had a engineer and support contract with a small business in the Toronto area for a number of years, like including like this contract, it persisted when I went on to work at other places too, because like they were basically completely lost without me. So like, you know, if we need to call you, you know, you can and ask you some questions, you know, that's billable hours. So like, no matter if I went to another company, they would both they treated me fairly well for some time. If I went to another company, they would try to match the hourly rate that company was now giving me on a contract, and then just retain me for support or for training people that they brought in and that needed to learn how to continue to build on the software that I had built for them. Because you know, I built I built like CRMs, I built ERP systems, telephony systems for them, you know, like pretty much everything, all the software that ran their business, their financial reporting, like all of that shit. I built out for them in Laravel over the course of a couple of years. So they got hit with a notice that they were going to be audited by the Business Software Association for pirated software. And I know for a fact that, you know, they were running like pirate Windows Server and all kind, like they were running pretty much anything pirate that you could possibly do, because the head manager was a Russian immigrant that scoffed at the idea of actually buying software licenses, and was like, oh, who's ever gonna fucking know? Well, haha, they get a notice from the BSA and a lawyer starts fucking hounding them. So the owner has a closed door meetings with me and a couple of other people, and it's like, all right, how do we deal with this? And you'll understand why I put up with this shit and played along as we continue. So like, yeah, I understand you're probably gonna hear parts of this and be like, wait, you at what? What the fuck? Why would you do that? But just bear with me. This is a fairly long story, and there's gonna be lots of laughs by the time we're done.
All right.
So. And Greg, you know, Greg Mac, feel free to laugh and interject, like when you're just when it gets so fucking ridiculous, you just have to comment. Don't feel bad about cutting me off.
All right,
I'm gonna be rambling, right?
Let's go.
All right. So the consensus was made to have a reasonable excuse for nuking and paving every single system within the business. And that reasonable way would be for me to go and find some live samples of some ransomware and let it loose on the business network between, you know, multiple retail locations. Yeah. My mom knows about some of this, because I would come home from work some days and be like, oh my God, you cannot fucking believe this shit. So she knows some of it. So I spent a day or two, you know, just booting you know, I installed VMware on my workstation there, and I was going and hunting down sketchy torrents, looking for the ones that, you know, for a fact that are not what they say to be.
Of course.
And waiting until I would stumble upon ones.
Just the right key gen.
Yeah, I was looking for just the right key gen.
Yeah.
Now, see, I at that point, like, I had been out of the game for long enough that, like, I wasn't cognizant or thinking of the fact that, you know, these things are gonna detect us running in a virtual machine and not detonate, because they were gonna evade security researchers. So, you know, he got fucking pissed off with me because I spent a day fucking trying to find something that would pop. So eventually I did manage to find on GitHub, I found a GitHub repository that had a bunch of live malware samples. And this is before things like VX Underground existed. Bless them. They are doing a wonderful service to the security research and malware research community. Bless them.
A non-existent Lord's work.
Yep. So yeah, some of those people are some of my homies.
Indeed.
So I found a live sample of some just a random ass stuff that was able to self-propagate over a network, and I'm like, okay, here, I fucking found it. Just fucking take it. So then, the manager goes, copies it to a USB drive, starts like fucking sticking it into random machines and shit. After like screaming at the technicians to disconnect the customer's machines from the network. And I almost wish he didn't do that, because that would have been just like, so everything gets fucking annihilated with this ransomware. So they have an excuse to go and do a fresh install. Then they just like they kept the lawyers for BSA kept calling, and the owner of the company would talk shit and be like, this sounds like a scam. How do I know that you're representing Microsoft? Like, this is bullshit. I do not believe you for a second. Eventually, just stop answering the phone calls and stop returning their emails.
Yep.
And for some reason, the BSA did not continue to pursue it, which absolutely confused the hell out of me. So like that was, and now I'm saying this because that's an opening tweet and just like an opener for the level of bullshit that went on in that company.
Right.
So the reason why I stayed there for so long and put up with it is mainly because I had an opportunity to bring on employees a handful of times, and instead of having him go and hire a fresh off the boat Indian immigrant for $12 an hour for engineer work, because he tried that with me a few times and they could not make heads or tails of anything Laravel, anything outside of like the garbage fucking PHP that you would expect from an Indian code sweatshop.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, let me fucking bring someone in. I would bring in people that were friends of mine that had dabbled in engineering. I made a website for a business because somebody referred me, a couple of years ago. I can do PHP, or I know WordPress, all the basic ass stuff. And I'm like, okay, I can teach you. Well, I know that you're smart, and I know you're in a rough place, and I can teach you. Just fucking trust me. I'm gonna fluff up your resume a little bit, and we're gonna bring you in. You're gonna be my subordinate, and we're gonna do some work, okay? They jumped on the chance, like every single time,
right?
Obviously, they would come into work first day, and I would sit them in front of their workstation and be like, okay, so what OS do you want? Do you want Windows or you want Linux? They would always say Windows, clearly. Trick question, motherfucker. Here's 2 flash drives. That's Ubuntu, that's Fedora Core. Pick one. Those are both Linux distributions. What's the difference? Really, it doesn't fucking matter. Just like pick whichever one.
One has a package manager named app, which is worth using, and one has RPM, which is never worth using.
So they would pick one. I'll just be like, it doesn't fucking matter. Just pick one. So they install it. And their lack of knowledge of Linux usage would be like, I would tell them, okay, open a shell, pull a shell up. What's that? So they were that level of novice. Okay, I had the opportunity to hands-on, basically boot camp mentor them, drive Google Foo deep into their brains, and get them proficient enough in development that like. Within 2 weeks, they were doing database level development within Laravel. Like they were able to do queries and write up some efficient reports. There were some old code. What's the fucking term? Code debt. There was some development debt that I left when I first got there. Like within a month and a half, 2 months, they were going and taking a look at stuff that I put together that was set up as a cron job because the queries took so long, and they were turning them into real time non-cron job. Like you just go and it would run the query and return the data set within a second. They were going and optimizing shit that I threw together rapid shot like that. They were already proficient enough that they were doing stuff like that, going and cleaning up some old cruft. Within 6 to 8 months, they were so proficient and had an actual job that they could put on their resume that they were applying for roles at places like eBay Corporation. Like there's one my star pupil, my brightest pupil. He went from bartending to an intermediate engineer position at Kijiji, which for you Americans is basically it's eBay classifieds. He was hired.
It's Canadian Craigslist.
Yeah, Canadian Craigslist. He was hired by eBay Corporation to go be a front end engineer for them. Within 8 months of me tutoring him from pulling him off of being a bartender. I like that shit. Like the fact that, yeah, like it makes my heart sing that I was able to do this stuff for these friends. And they suffered. They suffered the entire time there because the owner of the company would treat them like absolute and utter fucking dog shit. But they suffered through it because they were working with me. They were getting hands-on experience, and I was training them for the industry. And every single fucking time that they went off, they would tell me like, oh my god, the Linux thing, I cannot, like, holy fucking shit, because I got them proficient in Linux system administration because they would have to go and SSH into the Linux machines, go and deploy code. I taught them source code management, like all the Git basics, like pretty much everything that you would fucking need that you would learn on your own over the course of a couple of years, or go to college for or university for a couple of years. They would be like, I'm so glad you forced me to use Linux, because I got there and everybody was using MacBooks, and they asked if I wanted a Windows laptop or a MacBook, and I said the MacBook because I know that that it's a Unix environment, and just like I am, like, my on-ramp was less than a week and my managers were so fucking happy with me. I like, thank you so much. It was like that. And that is the only reason why I stuck around and dealt with these sketchy ass motherfuckers, because I had an opportunity to help a lot of my friends out in that way and basically transform their lives. So my last pupil gets dicked around a fair amount and is about ready to quit. They like, he was getting treated so poorly that they not only they decreased his pay by 50 cents just to turn the screws on him, as the owner said. The owner was like literally fucking at that point like losing his fucking mind, and owed over $1 million in unpaid business taxes to the CRA, the Canadian IRS. So like he was frayed, absolutely frayed, right? So turns in his resignation because he's like, okay, you know what? Fuck this. I found a Bell installation tech job over by my place, and I'm sorry, you tried. I'm like, okay, cool. I officially do not give a single fuck about this place anymore. I cannot fucking stand it. And also, I'm getting ready to move like 2-3 hours away. And also I had things going on at the time that were giving me enough revenue that I didn't need that work anymore. So it's going to be like, bye too. The owner, knowing that I was probably going to tell him to kiss my ass and disappear, comes up with a plan to blackmail me. Because he was scared of me leaving. I was the only thing holding the fucking place together. And without me there, he had things were not going to look good for his company. Things are a couple years later, things are not good for his company. Like it's just getting worse and worse over there. They're still in business, but I don't expect that to last too long. So I started, he decided to blackmail me, tried to say that 11 plus months of business credit card transactions from within their company were me doing fraudulent purchases when they were equipment purchases or hardware purchases for customer devices for repairs and stuff. So he says that, oh, I can ruin your, if you do not comply, you do not continue to come here and work. I'm going to go to the police and I'm going to give them all this stuff. And so I'm like, oh, okay, you're gonna do this. All right. Well, I'm gonna try and start figuring things out on my end quietly. And also, well, I mean, the gloves are off. I don't give a fuck. This is going to be fun for me and really not fun for you.
And no part of this plan on his part is like any kind of good idea.
No, it is just trying to blackmail me. Don't do that.
Also, in principle, trying to blackmail the tech person that your business is reliant upon using faked information, and you're threatening to take it to the authorities, who will easily be able to determine that it's not true.
Oh yeah, no, I get into that later because like that definitely does come up later because charges were I was arrested. So hey, this is going to be a roller coaster, right? So I stopped giving a shit about the company at that point, but he kept trying to threaten me, kept making me go into work. He figured out that I had to move soon, and like he used as leverage, like he gave me an employment letter so that I could give to my landlord to show that I was employed, for a certain rate. So it's like, because we had a fire in our townhouse that we were living in at the time that burned down 3 adjacent units. Like it was like an L shape going around our unit, completely destroyed the units. And the owners of the building, they sold the building. And we were given notice that you got to move. You got to get out of here by the end of December. So like I got to find a new place. This guy here is my employer. Oh, great. So, that's just, he's going to hold that over my head. Okay, I will show up to work. I will do everything you ask us. I need to move and you need to do this for me. Otherwise, I'm going to be homeless and then we're both fucked. So he does that for me. And just to play along, I continue going into work, but I do nothing. I dick around on the internet all day. I do my own projects. Anytime they complain about a bug that's really critical, I'm just like, okay, sure. It's something that would take me 5 minutes to fix. At that point, I would just like, okay, I got to do some, there is a library that is now out of date and it's not talking to this API. So, basically just like, fuck you. I'm just gonna waste your time, because like, this is some criminal ass shit and, you're going to get yours. I found out that there was one of the things that I built for them was an asterisk robot phone system. Like they had set up a phone number to an asterisk voice over IP box. I built an entire framework for customers to dial in and do a status check of their orders, their repairs, and so on. That worked flawlessly until, for some weird reason, the owner, in his insanity, decided to stop using it for no reason. But it still had a bunch of credit on the Twilio account. So one day, I'm like, I'm migrating some VMs from one box to another because they just installed a new rack mount server that I had sourced for them because they were getting kind of cramped and needed some stuff. So I migrated VMs, and I see the asterisk VM, and I'm like, oh, I wonder. I go and I check. There's credit, about $50 worth. So I go and I'm just like, I'm gonna have some fun with this. I go and I script up a cron job and a dial plan to call the office on both of their public lines every 15 seconds or so. I said basically I set up a spam dialing script using their own box internally. I set it up to I set that up. You make it play some random demo audio files that were included with that copy of Asterisk. In this case, a female voice narrating some Monty Python clips. So I'm like, ready? Moment of truth. The owner picks up. Hello, Technospace, the name of the company. I fart in your general direction. Like he's sitting there, he's like holding the phone up, he's like listening to this all these Monty Python quotes for like 2 minutes, being like, the fuck is this shit? He hangs up. Picks up. I fart in your general direction. He's just like, okay, like what the fuck is going on? This continues for about 30 minutes. I set up the dial plan to not show caller ID whatsoever. So he calls the manager over. He's like, "There's no caller ID on this. Can you just fucking just go and set up our account to not allow any calls for anyone that's not within our local area codes, okay?" So I hear this, and I'm like, okay. So I go and like as he's sitting back at his desk and sighing, and the phone is still ringing, and he's like screaming like, "Don't fucking answer it!" I'm going and I'm updating the dial plan. I'm like, okay, so we need a random 416 number. We need a random 647 905. All right, so we're just gonna 905 dash.
Which really are you can get any number you want.
Well,
all area codes.
Yeah. No. Well, I mean, it's the CID. You can spoof that. You can make it.
Yeah, with Asterisk, you
whatever
can spoof
you want.
that. There's someone in chat who we used to have a little phone number that you would call, type in the phone number you wanted to be from, then the phone number you wanted it to call, and hit asterisk, and it would call from that, and that would be the caller ID. So like, it's unbelievably easy to spoof.
Yeah. So I go and I script it up to spoof local caller IDs and not have a blank caller ID.
Nice.
So he hits save. Phone keeps ringing. Fucking picks it up. It's like, Nick! You know what? I don't know what the fuck you did, but it's not fucking working. What the fuck do I pay you for? He's like, and Nick is like, just like, oh my fucking God, I can't believe this. Are you sure? Are you sure? Yes, I'm gonna check and make sure I fucking do it right. He's literally like starting to fucking sweat. Cause like, Nick, he's that Russian immigrant head manager, and we had a decent rapport, but he was basically subservient to the owner in every way imaginable because he came over as an immigrant, was hired there as a technician, and has basically zero job experience outside of this company, and was making six figures being a manager there, which, most of the time he could just like sit on his ass and point at people and do things. Like, it was an easy fucking gig for him. And he liked to live lavishly. So he was kind of trapped. Anything he was told to do, he had to do. He had to put up with this man's bullshit. I, however, did not. So he's stressed, and he's just like he's getting yelled at from the office. I'm sitting there just like, making it look like I'm working and just trying not to fucking laugh. And at that point I figured out that he was lurking my IRC because he wanted to see if I was talking about the blackmail shit in there. he outed himself very, very early. He was spying on me. He was spying on me in the 420 IRC. And he outed this to me because like somebody in the IRC, he made a comment, and an hour or two later, he asked me, "Is like, wouldn't it be funny if?" And it was a direct, like basically, it was a direct reference to that comment. And I laughed it off, and I'm just like, "Oh, you fucking son of a bitch!" And I go and I check all the host masks because he wasn't gonna. Yeah. And I knew based off of what ISP people were on, that there's nobody else using Rogers. There was nobody else at the time in there that was on Rogers. And I saw that every time I walked by him or could possibly see his monitor, he was minimizing TeamViewer. The motherfucker was TeamViewering to his home machine, which he had an IRC client, and he was using Rogers because he would talk about Rogers all the time. So I'm seeing these disconnects and stuff and reconnects from Rogers. Nice. For a nick that I had never seen before. So I start talking about the phone bombing situation, and one of the people that I had brought in to work with me and a couple of my mods, they joked, they were like highlighting me, like, okay, be honest, it's fucking you, isn't it? Or I'm just like, nah, you know what? It's probably fucking insert person that had just left the company. He got dicked around so bad. I bet it's you, isn't it? And and manager guy Nick basically confirms my suspicions because 20 minutes later he couldn't fucking resist. 20 minutes later he's like, wouldn't it be funny? It wouldn't be funny if it was insert person here that was doing this. Like, yeah, I doubt it is. Like.
They're not that dumb.
They're they really wouldn't do that. I know them well enough. They probably are salty, but not like that. Just at that point, I shunned. I added a network shun on his host mask, which basically means that what a shun is. It's not like a G line. It basically means that the network is not going to send any more packets or any messages to a client. So, now, network services include the whole ping pong thing that keep you connected to IRC. So it looks like you're just timing out. So 5 minutes later, fucking time's out. He's still getting screamed at because I'm still adapting this script. And it's gotten to the point where he gets so fucking furious that he demands, like, just unplug all the fucking phones. Just unplug them. Fucking unplug all the phones. And we need to fucking figure this shit out. So they unplug all the phones. He disconnects. He can't reconnect because it's not finishing the connection handshake. And as far as he knows, he asked me, like, do you know who might be doing this? I'm like, nah, man, he must have pissed somebody off. I don't fucking know.
Right.
And he's visibly frustrated as he's going and trying to update their telephony systems to try and like mitigate this shit. And also I walk by him and he's like, he's a team viewer to his machine at home. He's like calling his wife, being like, probably saying in Russian, like, can you reboot our router? I don't know. Because he can't fucking connect, so he can't watch me anymore, right?
Right.
Yeah, like I said, this is a saga. So, I'm like, all my mods, they're trying to be like, oh, it's you. Come on. I'm like, no, man. I'm not gonna fucking do it. And I'm going and I'm querying them, and they're like, yes, it is fucking me. And I swear to God, if you tell anyone, I will fucking ruin your goddamn day. You keep your fucking mouth shut and just like, you don't understand. My employer is literally spying on me in this IRC right now. So just fucking bear with me here. Okay, motherfucker. And they're just like, oh dear God, it's gotten that bad. Like, yes, you don't get it. And the situation has fucking evolved here. Okay. It's right, like, okay, fine. We're going to play along. All right. If you see anybody connecting from Rogers, if I don't notice it, you fucking let me know, because that is them. Do not Gmail them. Do not ban them. Do not engage them. Okay? But that is them. if you see anyone from Bell too, if he decides to use the business account, but then you can compare it with my host, Maz. And you're like, okay, we'll keep a fucking eye out. So they come up with the idea to add an IVR. So they have to. So in order to connect to a human representative, please press 9. So I hear this plan, and he's going and implementing it, and I go and I update the dial plan to as soon as it connects you to the call, to just hit just sequentially hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, just so I wouldn't have to keep updating it. They plug in the fucking phones, right? So the moment they plug in the phones, they get a call, and it's an actual customer. A customer does get through, which I mean that just it adds to the comedy factor at this point.
Yeah, that makes it so much better. Yeah,
so they go through the call and be like, good, everything's back to normal. God, they are not gonna fucking figure this out. Hello, Technospace. I fought you. Slams the phone down. Nick! Get in here! They're fucking doing it! And he's fucking rolling his slides like, I am going to fucking kill myself. So he goes in there, and there's just like, who might be doing this? Like, what the fuck? It's like, I don't know. Have you made anybody want to fucking punch your lights out in the business? Like, because it was with regularity that he would kick out a customer that was threatening to fucking hit him. Police were called on a regular basis because they were angry about being treated like a shitty customer, and they were within their right to be like that. And the owner would call the police and have them escort them out, or be like, oh, they're threatening an old man, because he would basically practically get into a fucking scuffle there on the floor. He was 70 at that point.
Yep.
70-year-old Indian man. And by the way, this is a guy that took me out for beers years prior and told me about his younger years in San Francisco back in the 60s, learning engineering shit, and how he went to Woodstock and did a shitload of LSD at Woodstock, and would smoke pot in San Francisco in the 60s, and like, man, you turned out like a fucking capitalist asshole scumbag piece of shit for what you're telling me.
Your life goes so wrong.
Where the hell did this all go so wrong? Like, seriously, I am so confused here. He's like, you ever done acid? I'm like, yeah, I've done acid. He's like, yeah, Steve Jobs said he would never trust anybody that had not done LSD, and I trust you, boy. I trust you. He took me out to eat a few times and got a little tipsy, and he was like that. So, like, I had understood that he was a troubled man. He had his demons, so I gave him some slack up until he really tried to fuck me. But back to the main story, right? Oh man! So they're trying to figure out who might be doing this, and well, they had a rival shop up the street that had they were both part of Google My Business. That actually gives you the right to within your local area. You can actually update other businesses' operating hours on Google Maps. Seems like a bit of an oversight, but basically it gives you all of the privileges of a Google local guide, high level. So there was a shop up the road that would basically update their around this time, that was updating their operating hours and saying that they were closed on the weekends, and that they were closing like 6 to 8 hours earlier on some days than they actually were. And this edit war was just like every 30 minutes you would revert it and they would go back, and then they stopped for a while and then started doing it again. So they made me go and write a bot that would just go and fucking update their shit. So I was very acutely aware of this circumstance. So I'm thinking, I'm going to go and change that bot around to go and start like changing, to making it look like they're doing their bullshit again. So I fire that up. So you're like, Nick, it says we're closed on the weekends again. They're doing this thing. So they think about it and they're like, okay, so that must be them trying to jam our phone lines, and they're trying to say that we're closed. They're really trying to impact our business. And Nick's like, well, I read a news article recently about people on the darknet. So, and they, they like hush conversation. And Nick calls me over. He's like, hey, Aubrey, come here, check this out. And he's got fucking Tor open on his machine. And he's got Hydra up, a Russian darknet. He's like, I can pay this guy $500 to DDoS a website for 24 hours, and they have free samples and stuff. I think I have already messaged him, and we're gonna verify the services, and he goes back in the office like, it'll be $500, but it's like, I don't know how to fucking buy Bitcoin. He's like, just give me $500. I'll go buy the fucking Bitcoin. I'll go handle it. Just don't worry about it. We're gonna show him that we not to fuck around with us. They literally paid a fucking Russian hacker $500 for a booter service to go and DDoS their business website for a day, because I fucking psyoped them into thinking that it was them going and doing this phone shit, right? So that is just like one of many, many hilarious steps here. So they're going and they're doing that, and I'm just sitting there like, oh my God, am I Satan? No, you know what? No,
Oh, in this instance, you're Loki.
Yeah. No, they're gonna learn a fucking lesson in one way or another. So they're going and doing that shit. They're trying to fucking they're going and changing the number on the IVR to all the digits. It's not working. The fucking owner is just like, you know what? On Yellow Pages, they fucking. It still says my I've been getting calls on my cell phone because for some reason the Yellow Pages still has my personal cell phone listed as one of our business numbers. So they've been getting through on there. So I mean, it's not a huge disaster. Now I cannot work with this intel immediately, right? So I have to let it sit. I gotta let it sit and stew. So I wait a couple of hours. Their competitor, they're getting DDoS to high heaven because he bought the Bitcoin and went and paid them. Their Google Maps listings are completely and utterly a nightmare, a shit show. And it's around the time that the owner would be normally going home from work. So I'm like, all right, it's time. I go and I update the dial plan. I had his cell phone number. He picks it up. He puts it because he would like to put it on speakerphone when it was his cell phone. Everybody in the office hears, I fought in your generous. He fucking takes his phone, he fucking throws it out of the office, out the door, goes sliding across, like, Nick, pick up my fucking phone, bring that shit to me. God damn it, they fucking found it out. They must be fucking pissed about the thing. They must fucking, oh my God, what are we gonna do about it? Oh my God, fuck. I can't, I am shutting my fucking phone off. I have to go to the fucking, go over to the local tele store, and I'm gonna go get a new fucking phone number because I'm not gonna fucking deal with this. I just fucking, oh God, I'm gonna kill the son of a bitch. I'm gonna kill he's like fucking storms off to the mall across the street to go get his phone number changed. Comes back 30 minutes later. It's just like they just closed, and they were closing it. The moment I got in there, I'm fucking going home. Just fuck this shit. I am going. I just figure something out. Swear to God. Next day. Oh, and by the way, this entire time, every other employee of the business, I'm going out for them with smoke breaks and stuff, and they're all just like, they are laughing up a fucking storm, and saying like, if I knew the motherfucker that is doing this, I would shake his goddamn hand right now. They are a fucking hero. This is the only time I am actually like, I am not even on shift tomorrow, but I want to come in tomorrow just so that I can see the shit show that continues, because there's no way it's over. And I'm just like, yeah, man, like he steps on so many fucking toes that just, it was bound to happen eventually, right? I'm honestly, I'm surprised it didn't happen sooner. I'm playing it so fucking straight because I didn't want to fucking help myself at all. So next day, he gets in the morning. He's like, is this still fucking happening? No, we got in, we plugged all the phones in, everything's cool. He's like, okay, good. This might be fine. 30 minutes later, he gets in the morning. He's like, is this still fucking happening? No, we got in, we plugged all the phones in, everything's cool. He's like, okay, good. This might be fine. 30 minutes later, he gets in the morning. He's like, is this still fucking happening? No, we got in, we plugged all the phones in, everything's cool. He's like, okay, good. This might be fine. I let it sit, give it about an hour. I got into work around 10. He got in around 10:30. I wait until around 11 o'clock. Then I'm like, wait for everybody to get in work. All right, showtime. Go and reactivate the cron job.
Of course.
No, niggas, no fucking asshole! Because I set it up at that point. I set up a cron job to just dial all the numbers at that point. His phone, cell phone, both of the business lines, like it was just hammered.
Nice.
At its peak, there was a 2 or 3 hour stretch where they were just listening to the phones ring nonstop and not answering until they just got so fucking tired of hearing that they had the phones unplugged. And also, I changed all the ringtones on all of the handsets, so they were just like doing various musical, like just this cacophony of discordant, different classical music and shit. And he was like screaming, like, who the fuck changed the fucking ringtone? I can't handle this shit anymore. So just absolute and utter chaos. Anyway, so he screams, he's like, I gotta go change my fucking phone number. So he goes to the mall, comes back an hour later. It's like, okay, yeah, they changed my fucking phone number, right? His phone rings about 15 minutes after he sits down. And they haven't plugged the phones in yet because it's still hammering the numbers. And he picks up the phone and he's like, hello, and back and forth for that. It's like, no, this, you sure you got the right number? Okay. All right, bye. Okay. So he gets a couple of confusing phone calls for the wrong person. And it turns out that when he went and requested a new phone number, they took one of his adult daughters, they assigned their phone number to his SIM card. And they gave his daughter the new phone number instead. Like, they did the completely wrong thing. So he's like, you can see the fucking veins popping.
Yeah.
Like one of his daughters was worked at some department at Microsoft Canada, and another one was a yoga and nutritionist and all that stuff. And he was getting the nutritionist calls. Like, those fucking useless sons of bitches. I swear to God, can nobody in this fucking world do anything right? Am I the only smart person in this goddamn hellhole of a city? Fuck, you're all useless. And like literally berating everybody as he walks out the fucking door. And like at that point, like they had no actual customers come in for the last couple of days. Because none of them could get in to make their inquiries and stuff. Like, business was down, and he was literally like losing his fucking shit. There were people angrily coming in, being like, "I couldn't come in. Like, you didn't tell me that my shit was fixed." And you're just like just constant apologies. No, it's fine. I was this total, like, the whole business was just completely and utterly fucking anarchy at that point. Comes back, is like, oh, they fixed the shit. All right. Yeah. So they try another couple times to plug in the phone, and they're trying to like clamp down more on phone numbers. They're trying to mitigate as much as possible. They cannot figure it out. They set it up so like, okay, maybe they'll get bored if we make them listen to a 5-minute long message before it prompts them for the thing. So they set that up. Still doesn't do a thing. At that point, like, the funds are starting to get, because I just got to sit there on a call for 5 minutes. So I'm watching the Twilio funds. At that point, it's gotten down about 2/3, and I'm like, okay, the fund's going to end sooner or later, but like, whatever, we're just going to run this thing out. Luckily, the comedy was not going to stop. So he gets fed up. He's like, Nick, all right, you know what? Fuck this shit. This is clearly a criminal act. This is, I am going to exercise my legal rights. I'm going to fight. Just call Peel Police. Have them send over some officers. We're going to have a fucking talk about this. Something is going to be done. Now, me, I know I know the law. You could say that I've done some things in my time.
Indeed.
So when it comes to certain things, I happen to know that there actually is no litigation when it comes to specific things. The only way that a police officer can intervene when it comes to phone-based harassment is, one, if you know who it is. Two, if you know who it is, they have to be threatening you. Okay. Like there's very specific guidelines. Can't just be like, oh, they're calling me and it's really annoying. Like there's no laws for that. So 3 officers come in, and he does he tells them about the situation. He's like, there's a fucking this, I don't even know, like this fucking disgusting, filthy ass like this lady is just telling me these salacious pornographic comments. Now, obviously the motherfucker has never seen Monty Python shit in his life. Right. Whatsoever, and thinks that some lady is trying to like solicit him in some scat or some fart fetishism kind of shit. Like, dude's like fucking ranting, right? So they're like, okay, sir, like, can you just show us, or do you have a recording of this? I don't have a recording, but just fucking listen to this. Goes and he plugs in his desk phone. Within 15 seconds, phone rings. Picks it up, puts it on speakerphone. I fought in your general election. And he's just like, do you hear this shit? Just fucking filthy ass shit. The cops, well, like, they can't not fucking hold it in. They're like, within seconds, they are fucking holding their guts. They are just dying, fucking laughing. They are just losing it. These cops, like 2 or 3 minutes, they're fucking laughing. And the owner is like starting to, like, he can't fucking deal with this shit. Like everybody except the manager is laughing at him at this point. All of the repair technicians, they're all laughing. The cops are laughing. I'm sitting there like staring at him, just like, because my workstation is as such where I look to my left and I can see his desk right there. Several seats down. I'm just sitting there, just like, oh my God, this guy will just never fucking learn, will he? He loses it. You're like, I'm so glad that my fucking tax dollars are going to fund you, and I'm losing business. I am being financially impacted. I'm being harassed by fucking by pornographic phone calls trying to impact my business, my life. I am losing so much money, and I'm so glad. I hope my taxes and I knew how much he owed in unpaid business taxes at that point, because he showed me the assessment from the CRA from like the last 5 years, and I couldn't hold it in at that point. He says that, and I yell in, "What taxes? You haven't paid them." Nice. I was just gonna get in a jab. Obviously, he didn't fucking hear it, because he would have chewed me the fuck out afterwards. Right. Like, he was so like fucking just blind fury that he did not catch on to that. Whatever. It felt good though. It felt good. And an officer peeks out and like raises an eyebrow and like kind of has a smirk on his face, like, okay. So they're explaining to him like, okay, sir, unfortunately in this case, well, there are no laws about this, and there's nothing we can do. All we can do is we encourage you to just go and do you know how to block a phone number from calling? And he's just like, yes, I know how to block a fucking number. We clamped down the call. They're there fucking randomizing the caller ID and all this shit. She's like, yeah, we've done everything we can do. And they're just like, just all that stuff. Like, I'm sorry. If this escalates and there is something that, if it turns out to be more threatening, like, we need more things to work on. So I'm not even gonna write this down. Like, we're not even gonna do a write up on this, because like, really, you have nothing here. I hope the rest of your day goes better. We gotta go. They're really just like, there's nothing to do. He's constantly like, no, don't leave. And they're just like, it's gotten to the point where it's just like, sir, we're gonna go. Bye. And just like all the officers, they're all just like, they're shaking their fucking heads as they walk out. All the technicians are just like, we're all like making eye contact, and we can't hold this. The entire, so everybody's just fucking, we all just lose it. We all just like start laughing. It's like, at this point, what the fuck is he gonna do, right? And he's just like, I'm going the fuck home. I will see you all tomorrow. You motherfucker. You. I better see you all here tomorrow. You better be here when I get here, or I swear to God, there's gonna be hell to pay. And then I remind, I was like, yeah, but like, don't you have to go and show up in court? And he's like, for what? Well, there's that human rights violation complaint that you told me that you got, that you seem to be forgetting about. It's like, God damn it. Oh yeah. And that, by the way, that was the thing, because one of the employees asked if he could leave work early to go and pick up his son from school. His son was like a second or third grader, and he's like, no, I don't care if you're a single father. You can't fucking make arrangements for this shit. And you are a unfit father. You should just go and give up your fucking child for adoption. If you don't do that, you're fired. So like he quit on the spot and filed a complaint for that, and that actually went through. He actually had a human rights violation for that workplace complaint. Nice. Yeah, I fed him a lot of intel during that time, because he was like, can you just give me anything you can get on this, or if he's trying to build a case, like, yeah, sure. So nice. I was a man. This was one of many incidents anyway. So yeah, I was kind of a chaos monkey in there for some time, but that was my big old grand, like, that was my gigantic fucking final middle finger, fuck you, you fucking earned it, kind of affair. Then I sent an email to their competitor up the street and was like, yeah, your website's been down. It's because the owner here went and fucking paid a Russian hacker to DDoS your shit. That was the last week I showed up to work.
Nice.
So he starts, I didn't show up to work the following Monday. And he starts blowing up my phone. He starts texting me, being like, when are you gonna get here? When are you gonna be here? You know the deal. And oh right, no, I went to work one more day, and he said all kinds of like he berated me because he was so fucking frustrated with that phone thing. It ran out of credit at that point, and I wasn't going to top it on myself.
Take it out on someone.
He had to take it out on someone, and he decided, because a bunch of people, despite him ordering them to show up, they called out sick or nice. One thing or another, and because they did not want his ire at that point. So right. I am the guy. So he berated me quite a lot, right? And then I get home, and the next day my over that night one of our cats dies. And one of our cats dies that my wife is very like she is absolutely heartbroken over. And she's like, please don't, I can't be here by myself and stuff. You know the state of my relationship, but like I'm not like, obviously, like, okay, yeah, I'll stay home, I'll keep you company. And I myself, I was pretty fucked up too, because I drove him to an emergency clinic in pouring storm weather, rain, and he basically like died on my lap during the drive. So like I'm pretty fucked up, she's pretty fucked up. And she's like, she's like, I'd really like, I'm in such a bad place. I'm afraid, like, if you leave me here by myself, I might hurt myself. So owner starts blowing up my phone and starts texting me, and I'm just like, okay, well, some real bad personal things happened last night, and my spouse is saying that like I'm gonna be here and just keeping an eye on my spouse, because she's afraid that she might hurt herself if she's here alone for an extended period of time. And he replies by saying something along the lines of, I don't give a shit if you have to bury her in a few days. You get your fucking ass here, or your ass is grass. Yeah, that you're done. I'm not. You know what? Like at that point, like I made you suffer. I got my laughs and stuff, and if you're going to say that shit to me, you know what? I am blocking your fucking phone number. I am blocking your fucking phone number. You can scream into the void. Next day, wife tells me, "Hey, I have a text message from a number I've never gotten one from before. Why are they threatening me and saying that if you don't go back to work, that you're going to be going to jail and that we're going to be homeless because they're going to get us evicted?" I look at the thing. It's the manager, Nick, the Russian, sent my wife a text message saying that Aubrey had better report back to work, otherwise these things will happen and you are both going to be homeless. I'm like, okay, all right. This the violence has escalated.
Yeah.
I tell her, don't reply to this. Do not fucking reply to this. Just pretend you didn't you didn't get anything.
It had
just,
Yeah.
So me being me, I immediately, very, very, very first thing I do is like, okay, they're playing with fire. So then, all right, let's see. I'm going to plan ahead here. I go try to access their VMware ESXi boxes. I go to try to access numerous bunches of their systems, and I can't get to them. They had their website still up, but they already seem to have some foresight to start firewalling the ever-loving bejesus out of a lot of their back-end infrastructure. So I'm thinking, like, wow, this is actually, I got to give them some fucking credit here because they're really thinking really hard. Except, I still know their back-end IP for the website. So I'm just like, okay, you know what? I have to at least get a couple licks in here because I'm fucking fed the fuck up. So I just go and I set up a recursive wget on some heavy scripts on their back end web hosting, some stuff that's really fucking heavy. I'm just accessing a website. It's nothing big. I'm not like sending fucking packets or anything. Just loading something 10 times per over and over. The website goes down. Obviously, right? About 6 hours later, they probably figured something sketchy was going on because they went and they spun up a new virtual machine, cloaked the IP behind Cloudflare, started removed any subdomains that I would have had knowledge over. Like they changed. They were terrified. It was very clear at this point that they were scared. And to put things in context, nobody knew anything whatsoever about my past. They just knew that I knew everything about their infrastructure and probably knew enough to probably make them have a bad time. So they were scared. This was 2 years before anything was published about me and I started doing shit again. Again, I got to give them credit. So they rotate everything. They try to hide everything they can. So I'm like, okay, well, cool. All right. You know what? I'm not going to dig. You know what? I'm just going to leave this alone. We're not going to escalate. I don't want things to get too ridiculous so that they actually do have some standing here. Like, I'm just going to just ignore them, right? Start trying to do my own thing. So a couple months go by and I get a call from my dad. It's just very shocking because, we had only reconnected very recently and he calls me up and he's like, hey, so how you doing? I'm like, I'm fine. It's like, yeah, the police, they're looking for you. I'm like, what? The fuck you mean they're looking for me? So he tells me they got a call from a constable. saying that they've been trying to call me and that they weren't able to get through, and that any attempts to reach me for a number of weeks, and that there's an important matter that they need to reach me. He's like, I'm praying for you. I hope everything's okay with you, and I don't want anything bad to happen to you, so on and so forth. I'm like, yeah, no, things are fine. This is very strange. Okay, thanks for letting me know. I go and I check my blocked calls log because any number I didn't know was going to spam. And there's a whole bunch of messages from Peel Regional Police. I'm like, oh, huh, okay, well, okay, this is probably gonna get weird. It's probably gonna get weirder before it gets less weird. So I unblocked all the numbers. So the next time they called me, they would actually get through to me. My realtor calls me up, right? The one that negotiated the deal for me to lease the place that we had just moved into, and he's practically in fucking tears, right? I'm like, what? What's wrong? He's like, why? Some crazy man said that you did all sorts of crimes and that you made a fraudulent employment letter. And that you scammed me, and that you don't have a job, and that you're a horrible criminal. And I just he wouldn't. I told him that I called him and verified it with him, and he wouldn't stop. He just I just couldn't take it. I had to why is he doing this to me? I'm just like, okay, well, okay, don't worry about it. If he calls you again, he's like, and then the police called me and they asked me a bunch of questions and what's going on. Okay, what did you tell the police? That you leased a place and that you had a job and you gave me an employment letter, and I called your employer, and your employer confirmed that yes. And I know that this happened because I was in the room when the leaser when the realtor called my boss and asked him all the questions. He's like, yep, he works here. Yep, he's paid that much. So he tried to turn it back and tried to say that it was all fucking fraudulent and that it never happened, right? So he was trying to screw me every way imaginable, and I'm just, and the realtor is like, by the way, like he's trying to say that he can get you no, does this man not know what laws what is wrong with this person? They seem really crazy. Like, yeah, this guy, he don't know jack shit other than how to make everybody around him fucking miserable. And I'm so sorry you had to deal with them. Just relax, breathe, have a good day. So that was the first of
Sounds
many,
like a sane person.
Yeah. And yeah, like if you lease a place to someone, like you can't just it's not possible to have a lease terminated the way that he thought it is. So they threatened my wife. They threatened me. They called up multiple people trying to like get my lease terminated as fraudulent, which none of that is legal. So it's like, it clearly shows you the brain power of this person. Police eventually do call. And also like multiple people that worked there before that I worked with, and like some of my friends, they called and they're just like, yeah, so like the police are like looking for you, and I'm not gonna be a co-conspirator or anything, right? Like this is all cool, right? And I'm just like, yeah, he finally fucking lost it, and he's trying to he's mad that I don't want to work for him anymore. He knows that he screwed without me, and really trying to fuck me over. They're just like, oh, okay, good luck, yeah, because they know he's tenacious. So a week or so later, police do finally get a hold of me. And they're like, yeah. So there's some really weird shit that we need to talk to you about. Like, did you work here? Yes. Did you leave on good terms? Like, no. The owner of the company, he's kind of lost his mind, and he's been trying to threaten me for getting evicted. It's like, what's this about a fraudulent employment letter? Yeah. Did you talk to the realtor? Yeah. He told us like. Yeah, he probably told you that, yes, he verified it and all this stuff, right? Yeah. Yeah. So these guys clearly fucking unhinged. They did not talk anything whatsoever over the stuff that I was eventually about to get ambushed over. Can you please, is there any chance you can come down to the station like tomorrow, early morning, and so we can talk about this? Like, can we talk about this over the phone? I was like, no, there's some really sensitive stuff, and we cannot talk about it over the phone, unfortunately. It would be wonderful if you came down to the station to talk to us. I'm like, okay, it's a 2.5 hour drive. I am that far away, but you know what? Whatever. Okay, sure, fine. I will come down. I'll talk to you. It's better be fucking worth it. Okay, thank you. So tell the wife. Wife is like, oh, fucking really? This asshole just won't fucking go away. I'm like, yeah, I know, right? I gotta go. Next morning, early morning, I go and I make the 2.5 hour drive. I walk into the station. I go to the front counter. They ask me, like, hi, can I help you? I give them my name. I was like, a constable wanted to talk to me about something. They're like, oh, okay, yeah. Just go and sit down over there and give us a second. I sit down, like literally like fucking 30 seconds later, 2 officers come fucking storming out. They fucking grab me and they're like, Aubrey, you are under arrest for blah, 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 blah. Like all these fucking charges. Like they now like 6 or 7 different fucking things, right? They're fucking cuffing me. I'm like, y'all for real right now? Okay, well, this certainly took a turn. And then, I'm just like, I'm just absolutely and utterly confused and dumbfounded at this point. So they take me in the back, just behind the thing, and I'm like, do I really have to stand here close to the entrance where people can see me fucking handcuffed while you ask me some questions? Do we really have to fucking do this? And they're like, sorry, it's a small building. I'm sorry about any embarrassment, but I mean, you have no standing here, so just sit the fuck down and let's talk. They start grilling me about a handful of things, and then they're like, all right, well, we're going to take you down for processing. You have the right to retain a lawyer. If you cannot get a lawyer, one will be retained for you on the behalf of all that shit. So they take me down. They do the whole processing thing. They take my fingerprints. They search all my pockets. They take my phone out. And now like I'm emptying my pockets, and I pull my like, can I please text my wife and let her know what's going on? They're like, no, sorry, sir, you're not allowed to do that. And I'm like, oh, great. So, I do the whole thing where I emergency lock the phone, like hand it over just so they can't go snooping. So they have me talk to a lawyer over the phone inside a preliminary cell. And they're just like, well, you have some very serious charges here. You have financial charges over $10,000. I'm like, I what? We advise you. They straight up, they tell me this. If they ask for any of your signatures, we advise you to use the opposite hand and to sign it completely differently. That you're going. I'm like, wow, you just give me this advice right here. Wow, I got to give you guys more fucking credit. But I mean, like, I haven't done anything, and just everything single time they ask me a question, I was like, but I know I'm serious. I haven't done anything. Like, I know you're a lawyer, and you're not gonna, but like, I haven't done shit. It's good. And then they put me in a holding cell for 6 hours. So fucking pacing back and forth for 6 hours, getting stressed the fuck out.
Yeah, those cells suck.
And then I'm all like, my nerves are frayed. My wife is probably like freaking the fuck out, which she was. Multiple other people are like apparently texting my phone, being like, "Yo, are you in jail? Like, what the fuck's going on?" Just sending it. When I turned on my phone, it was like floods of messages. So they go up, they grill me for an hour, and they talk about my working environment. I'm like, I'm like, no, it was a very fucking cordial work environment and shit. Like up until very recently, and like, none of this makes sense. You're telling me that he gives you a wedding gift. Everything's cool. You were friends. Like, you've been working there for so many years, and that all of a sudden he just flips on you like that. And I'm like, yeah, he didn't want me to leave because, like, I was the only thing really holding the company together. Without me, like, they were going to be set back so fucking far. He was actually terrified of it. And, there's a confession letter. There's a confession letter for 11 months of credit card fraud here. You realize that, right? I'm like, okay, I did not write a confession letter, first of all. And it's the first time I'm hearing about this. And well, your signature is on it. You're like, it's signed and everything. Like, okay, can I see this letter, please? He goes and he holds up the letter for me to read. I'm like, all right, well, I mean, none of this is my writing style. It is very explicit in naming that I, Aubrey Caudle, have committed these crimes. It's like, and that I agree to continue working here until my debt is repaid. And I'm like, yeah. So I mean, the debt that he's saying here, like, you know, he refused to pay me. He refused to pay me for the last couple of months unless he was certain that I was going to do as he asked. And he was getting, you know, like I haven't been paid for that amount. Come to think of it, it's not about fraud. And they have an accountant that comes in every weekend, every Friday and every weekend, a couple times a week, and goes over all their credit card transactions. So like all this is saying to me is that if there is actually crime here, number one, that the accountant is complicit in it, and they were reporting all of these unknown transactions for several months, and nothing was said about it until he decided he could try and hold one over me. I mean, like none of this, and also that's not my signature. Like that's not my John Hancock. He goes in the back. I see him rifling through my wallet. He pulls out my driver's license, like all my IDs. He compares the signature. And then comes back. He asks me a handful more questions, puts me back in the holding cell for about another hour. Comes down. It's like, all right, well, none of this fucking makes sense whatsoever. Like, this is all, I can't make heads or tails of it. I don't fucking trust a word you're saying. I don't fucking trust half the words that any of them are saying. They're saying that they were terrified and you were threatening the place and all this stuff, but there's no proof of it. But like, I'm releasing you without charges. I'm releasing you with a warning. Do not try to contact them whatsoever. And he's just go, get out of here. There's no fucking charges. So I'm like, oh, thank God. So like, what about the fact that he was blackmailing me and threatened me? Like, oh, I forgot to add that my last time there at the office, I waited a couple of days after he sent me those threats and insulted my wife and stuff. I went there very early in the morning before I knew he would get into the office to go and collect my personal effects because I left them there. And they tried saying they had audio free footage, like just video, no audio, of me shoving a bunch of shit in a cardboard box from my desk. And they'd see me on the security camera over remote, and called up the technician that was there. That I was talking cordially with. Like, yeah, dude hasn't paid me fucking $12,000. He owes me that much. He's trying to fucking blackmail me. Threaten my wife. And it's just, you're going to hear all kinds of weird shit about me. He's probably going to try and make me seem like I'm a horrific criminal. That seems to be a running theme in my life. Come to think of it.
People like using that one on you.
Yeah, they really do. Never seems to go anywhere though. I'm done with this shit. And they called up and they ordered me to stay there because the manager and the boss knew that I was there, and they wanted to fucking like really try and turn the screws. And I'm like, he tries to hand the phone to me, and I'm like, no, I am not fucking waiting for you. No, this is bullshit. This is the last time you are going to see me or hear from me. I am fucking out of here. So they had this like footage of me like angrily pointing at a phone and like going and stuffing shit into a box angrily. And they tried to say that I was stealing hard drives, stealing equipment. So the officer lets me go, and he's like, by the way, for these theft charges, you have receipts for that shit? I'm like, I mean, those hard drives, I brought them there for data recovery because they're like literally fucking hard drives manufactured in 2005 through to 2008. So like I can probably, like, they're ancient, man. Like, they're broken fucking hardware. Why do I gotta prove that? It's like, no, listen to me. You have to prove that those are your fucking drives, or we are going to be charging you with theft. So I had to go and like dig through ancient inboxes, give them to the officer a couple of weeks later. They dropped everything. All the charges dropped. Nothing at all. Period. And I had pretty bad PTSD from being ambushed in that police station. It's like I got PTSD stacking on PTSD at this point. Yeah, and like I'm eventually gonna ask for that money back from him, but I've been waiting for some news pieces to hit. Like, there's a profile piece that's been in the works for a long time from Wired, and that I want to just like I want to email it to him and be like, you fucking give me what I'm owed, or I'm gonna pursue blackmail charges. Yeah. Also, after I tweeted most of this story, there are some people that are like, mind if I pen test the shit out of this? I'm like, don't just I don't want to know about it. Don't tell me.
I didn't encourage you.
I didn't encourage you. Like you are independent. Like just fucking, you're doing security, whatever. Just like, yeah, sure, okay. Yeah. And that credit card fraud shit, he really tried to really fucking go as far as he could with trying to pay me as a bad guy. He went as far as like when he had me do the ransomware, he had me purchase a bunch of things on my personal account from eBay, from Amazon, so that it wouldn't be on their books. But for some reason, in a couple of cases, he had me use the corporate credit card, right? So he called up Amazon and reported these transactions as fraudulent a handful of months later. So Amazon bans me. And so I wake up one day because all the fucking echoes in our fucking thermostat are like blinking and screaming like to please connect us to the Amazon please open the Amazon app on your smart device in order to complete setup. Apparently, if you get banned from Amazon, they will just factory reset any of these smart assistants in your home. I'd never heard about any of this, and I don't even know if there's any instance of anybody reporting about such a set of circumstances. But yeah, I'd never bothered to set them up again just in case they go and they ban my new Amazon account. But yeah, apparently, if there's fraud on your account that you cannot dispute, by the way, they will bar all of your payment methods from future accounts even. And if you have an Alexa device or multiple, they will send a command to factory reset those motherfuckers. I can only imagine what would happen if you had a Kindle or an Amazon Fire phone or stick. Like, goddamn, like that. If that's discouragement enough to use their bullshit. So yeah, that man put me through hell. Yeah, you just got a fucking saga of me leveraging an abusive son of a bitch to help bring some friends in hard times that really needed a lift. That I had an opportunity that I lifted some people up. I got some laughs, and then I got a whole bunch of trauma and bullshit. That I somehow managed to walk away from unscathed. Like I got to be the luckiest man on earth to walk into a police station with like several felonies being levied at me, and to walk out that evening a free man with all of the charges dropped.
I mean, the guy sounds like an idiot.
Yeah, I like absolutely is. Like,
what fun.
His some of his employees in the months since, like, they've seen news. They've seen news about me.
Yeah.
In months since, and like they've been telling me like, I cannot believe that man, he called you a fucking like a case, a pitiful case, like a charity case. That's why he gave you the job in the first place. Because like, when it's true, when he first brought me on a number of years back, there was very little about me on the internet. There they were really confused, but they asked me, they called me in for the interview just because like everybody else that they kept bringing in because they were so cheap were just garbage. And because I was a white male, they paid me more from the outset than they were all these immigrants. It was still a pretty shitty rate, and I very rapidly rose. But the owner was constantly confused and was like, "Why are you here? Why are you working for me? You should be a fucking millionaire by now." And I would just ashamedly look at the floor from time to time and be like, "Yeah, I got, it's a,
We're bad at capitalism.
I don't.
We just
I'm
have to
bad
accept
at
that.
I'm bad at capitalism, and also like you don't understand. I don't want to get into it, but like I've gone through some shit.
Indeed.
Yeah. So like I lifted some people up. They tried to fuck me over. All this shit. I was there for a number of years until I was fed up. And when I started there, he was paying me only like $16 an hour for engineering stuff. I proved my worth very quickly. Within like 3 months, he raised that to 25. Then I started doing. I got contracts at other companies, and they retained me for like depending on what was going on at the time, like anywhere from $40 to $60 an hour. So like eventually they did start paying me my worth. It's just I think towards the end, he also realized that he was basically going broke. He had these tax bills and he could not afford to continue paying me. And that's why he like one of the reasons why he started withholding payment and really trying to like threaten me into staying there. And in the months since, like people there have been giving me intel on what's going on within the business, that he sold his house to cover his tax debt.
Wow.
But like he leaves just to have an excuse to do a tax write-off for the stuff he tried to blackmail me with. Like he of course, owing that many taxes, he wrote it off as bad debt and said that there was an inside threat that ripped me off and blah blah blah. I mean, like that's fucking tax fraud, first of all.
Right.
But he dismissed the accountant to make him a patsy, saying that tried to say like obviously he was complicit or did not flag this fraud, just to have all the excuses in the bucket. Brought on some chick that was a really bad accountant but was sexually attractive, and he would start leaving his bank account open so that she could constantly see that he had $200,000 sitting in the bank. Apparently. This guy's a fucking pig.
Yeah.
And they are waiting for me. They are waiting for me to flex. Now, seeing all this shit and being like, why haven't you done anything to him yet? And I'm like, okay, first of all, I was the one that reported them for software piracy. I gave all the information to the person for the human rights violation. Like all this shit, like, yeah, you understand that was me doing all of that to him because like I couldn't fucking sit by idly, but at the same time, like at the time I needed the work, so I wasn't gonna like out myself. And they're just like, oh my fucking god, you have nerves of steel to have put up with all this shit. And like, yeah, you're telling me, motherfucker. I'm waiting for some things and I'm really gonna turn around on him. And like at this point, I'm fine just talking about this shit. Like if this right. really starts getting out there, I'm fine if this is what actually sinks his company and his reputation, and he never gets another customer a day in his life. Like at this point, I don't even fucking care. Just like enough time has passed for me to not like freeze up thinking about the jail incident. But just man.
That is a toxic work environment.
Yeah,
described to a T.
Yeah, very.
With some funny moments, obviously.
Some funny moments, some just like me being like the silent guardian angel, helping people out when he really fucked people over or like did nasty ass shit. And got some laughs. But just there were so many times where he should have finally got what was coming to him, but it just never happened, just because like he stopped answering the phone or just like annoyed them enough where they just like stopped trying to bother, or you know, tried to do like full blown character assassination. Like when somebody press charges for him for various offenses and shit, workplace worker rights violations and shit. Like he would have Nick do full on like OSINT to go and dig on these motherfuckers. And I would find out, and I would just go and I would just go and text him and be like, "Yo, he's like literally trying to like put together a case to like charge you for a bullshit crime that doesn't even happen, just so he can like say that, just so he has the police report to point at." Like he was a sketchy motherfucker, and I really hope he gets his one of these days, if not from backlash from my shit. This was late 2018, early 2019 is when a lot of this shit went down. If you want to know.
Yeah.
And then I'm like recovering from the jail instance, which was that like June or July, and then Christchurch happens. I reconnect with Frederick Brennan, and we're talking a lot. And now I'm here. I have been on a non-stop ride of fucking intrigue and pain. Like it just it hasn't stopped. Like I have not had a single month of just like
calmness
since the end of 2018. Basically since our fucking place nearly burned the fuck down. So summer 2018 up until right now, it's amazing. It is amazing that without me venting or like literally losing my mind, like and if like Gregg said, if there's sometimes where I don't show up, or like, you know, I might seem like there's a lot of stress, or like you know,
there's
people
damn good reason for it.
People get worried about me. Just understand that like now you get a pretty solid framework and timeline. Cause like I had all that horrible shit happen to me. You know, some of the last things I remember is like him telling me that, you know, I was a nobody, and all kinds of shit. And then Christchurch, and like, you know, I'm like fucking pouring my heart out to Hot Wheels, Frederick. And then, you know, he was like freaking the fuck out. And then he's reaching out to press on my behalf, being like, no, like you all motherfuckers need to fucking talk to this dude. Yeah, like,
right.
There is a lineage here, and like he's got archives, he's got backups on like all this shit. And just he's in a really bad place. And because, you know, I was laying awake at night, terrified for my own income, my future, like not understanding, like, when is this hell going to end for me? And like I said, now I'm here. And it's incredible that I've been able to do the things that I've been able to do since last summer. Like, it's just, God fucking damn. Then I have my child issues compounding on top of all of this. It's incredible that I am capable of even so much as being jovial and entertaining on a regular basis on this show with all the crap that I am dealing with lately. I don't know. Is that strength? Is that like what? Yeah. God fucking damn, right? My life is endless misery, and I hope for one day to just go a single month, let alone a year, of just something that I like. I don't even know what normalcy is like, but something that I could probably say is normalcy, and not fucking going month to month wondering, like, is this it? Is this going to be the one? Tilly did nothing wrong.
Indeed. Mm-hmm. Tilly did nothing wrong.
Ha!
So
just to be clear, sometimes I do push. Sometimes I do kind of push my luck and push my own limits, just because like I don't get it. I don't get how have I survived this long? Like I don't fucking get it. Shit just like it. I sometimes I just lay awake at night and just think about it. Like, just how did I make it to this point? If not like just unscathed or you know without
not
just,
unscathed. Like, mentally, you have been put through some shit.
Oh god, yeah, and still continue to be put through shit. But I mean like on a ruinous way, you know.
Oh
like
yeah.
But you know what I'm saying.
You haven't gone Joker on the world to the point where you've ended up dead from going overboard and doing a bunch of shit that made it
dead or behind bars.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like you haven't gone down that path. And so let's not. Again, I said this at the beginning, but I'll say it again. I have a thing that I've been wanting to talk to you about for 2 weeks that I think you will get when I say it, and then you will want us to do it.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
And we need to talk about the thing.
We do.
Yeah, I have an idea, chat, and it's a thing that I think he's gonna like.
All right.
So
So after
we're almost 4 hours in here, by the way.
And I feel it's been what we haven't had one of these episodes in a while where it's just been me talking and talking and talking and talking like everyone like I haven't had one of these catharsis and just like pouring out just like everything that's on my fucking mind, everything that's on my brain. And I'll tell you right now, what you're hearing me talk about tonight, that's maybe like 20%. That's 20% of what's on my mind. Just to really kind of give you an idea of just how much fucking weighs on me constantly, right? But it's been a while since we had one of these.
Indeed. Sometimes they're needed.
Mm-hmm. Whew. And I need to fucking chill. This is really fucking good. Somebody gifted this to me. I've been drinking a lot less. If anybody's wondering, some of the earlier episodes, like I was just slamming them down like nobody's business. And I'll tell you, people would give me hours where I would go and do a liquor run before every show. Back when I was first started doing this with Gregg.
Yep, at the beginning, yeah.
And I'm gonna say that for the liquor I have now, and I still I only drink really when I've been streaming. These bottles they've lasted me over a month. I'm shocked. I've been trying to not go overboard. I've been pacing myself. When you know that you're a dad, I've never seen my son in person. I haven't held my son or any of that shit, but just I'm still cognizant of that shit. And, I try to keep my shit together. So if anybody worries about me, just know that this bottle here, this is a month and a half old, and it's
pretty good.
It's taken me and y'all know how much I fucking stream too,
right?
And I've just been trying to just keep my shit together in as many ways as I can. And I need to play some fucking video games and take my mind off of
the
nightmare, the endless nightmare that is my existence.
So is gaming after this? What is up?
What is up? Well, I mean, okay, so last go around, I played a bunch of PS2 rhythm games. I got my PlayStation 2 hooked up, and I was just going through some classics.
Of course.
I'm not going to do it tonight, but upcoming on a stream. I finally have a way to properly play Dance Dance Revolution games. So you can look forward to in coming weeks, not tonight. Now I have my PlayStation 2 hooked up, and I can hook up my PlayStation 2 dance pad, and I have a whole bunch of Dance Dance Revolution and In the Groove copies. capable of displaying here without latency. I'm gonna fix up my my metal pad from back in the day, and y'all are gonna watch me. Y'all are gonna watch me fucking sweat.
Nice.
So look forward to that.
Nice.
I only reason why we haven't gotten there at this point is because I need power tools, because I like there's a bunch of I need to put in like 60 plus screws, because I was going and refurbing and cleaning all the pads and stuff because I wanted to start playing again, and all of the screws and pads and stuff, like it all stayed disconnected because well, I mean my wife got upset that I was taking more than 2 hours doing something that was not giving her attention, and she screamed at me until I stopped, and then took the fucking pad and like hurled it down a flight of stairs. That was my fucking life as early as like up until like fucking a year ago. Anyway, I need to stop this.
Yeah.
So I borrowed a power tool battery that I needed from Hot Medic. I had dinner at his place tonight. His wife made steak, chicken, potatoes and stuff, you know.
He is awesome.
I actually went outside, socialized, and had dinner at somebody else's place. It was very nice. That's why I was late, by the way.
Absolutely.
Because I was driving home from his place. He lent me a battery, so now I can go and finish reassembling that.
That'll be awesome.
Yeah, so maybe next week y'all can watch me play Dance Dance Revolution. Now tonight, tonight. The other thing I did last week is I played some fucking trippy games by Jeff Minter. If you know who he is, then you know what I'm talking about. But otherwise, like if you know the classic game Tempest, I was playing some Tempest derivatives that were like take Tempest and dump it in a vat of a chemist's latest batch of raw liquid LSD.
Yeah, every mod of that game took it in very interesting ways. Every variation.
Yes, and like I think that Space Giraffe, that the really fucking trippy one, I think that's the perfection of the formula.
Yes.
For numerous reasons, but
it's also just a hell of a lot of fun.
It is. It's a hell of a lot of fun. It's trippy as hell, and it's one of the like I appreciate games that like will go out of their way to make you use your other senses in order to play well. So like it'll be so fucking like LSD, just like you cannot tell what's happening on the screen, but it has very well tuned audio cues where you can basically play it blind, and you have to use the force. You got to get into the zone, kind of like everything else around you fades, and you're using your ears, you're using your eyes, you're using all of the knowledge that you have learned about what makes what sound and so on in order to play properly. I hadn't played that game in particular. I had not played it in about 13 years, pretty much since it came out. And when it came out, I ended up on launch day, I took shrooms. Because I was gonna play. I was not gonna miss the opportunity. I took a bunch of magic mushrooms, psilocybins, and while tripping, I played Space Giraffe. And by the time I was completely sober and baseline again, I had the second highest score on the leaderboards, right below the creator of the game, Jeff Minter.
That sounds about right for that game.
Yeah, and Jeff, I tweeted about this a handful of days ago, and somebody tagged Jeff Minter in the conversation, and Jeff went and replied, and he's like, "Yep, I remember getting that score, and people called me a cunt for doing it, and it was the very first time that I did a level 0 to level 100 play, and the only reason why that score disappeared for me is because somebody found a bug a month in that was like game breaking, and he had to wipe all the scores." But he did corroborate my story, which is the important part. And, it was pretty amusing.
Nice.
I hadn't played this game in 13 years. I booted up, and hours later, all of a sudden, I'm busting my old fucking second run through records, and and I ended up making it all the way into I am now ranked on global leaderboards for a 15-year-old, almost 15-year-old game. I am now ranked 36th. So crazy. I'm doing like
You're having fun with it.
I'm having fun with it. I'm doing a lot of like leaderboard busting, feats of gaming. I streamed a playthrough of Rez.
Yep.
Apparently it was a top 5 worldwide speedrun record run. When I play through it, I didn't even intend for that, but somebody went and they ran the numbers, and I streamed a top 5 world record speed run of a game. Apparently,
yep.
Completely unaware. But somebody gifted me a bunch of Jeff Minter's more recent games. They're all still just as trippy as hell. So I'm gonna start out the night. I'm gonna be playing some of those, and y'all can revel in the psychedelic nightmares and just the absolute absurdity that is that glorious man's games. And then I don't know, we'll go where the night takes us. I was playing a lot of story-based games for long stretches, and it's been nice to just take a break from that and just do a variety thing, play some old games in my library, just go revisit, play some arcade ass shit,
fun. Good
have
memories.
some fun. Show people some stuff like that's the more fun thing is people being like, yo, I gotta fucking buy this. And if that means that more people are buying Jeff Minter's games, then I will do that shit forever.
He made a lot of really fun games.
Yeah, he's been doing this shit since the 80s.
Let's get you gaming then.
I can hear you yawning.
I can't stop
I'm dragging
now.
it on.
And thanks Kirtaner's mom. Yes, we all love Kurt here. I have very few people in the world that I consider a friend that like really makes sense to me to consider a friend. And Kurt's one of them.
I consider you a friend too, and I I might have done some shit to you back in the day, but there's reasons, and
I might have deserved it too. So like we're
cool.
Yeah.
You are a good friend.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Through the fire, right?
And we got a nice community that we're building up here. It's very enjoyable. So I'm gonna kill my camera.
Stuff going.
I'm gonna kill my camera, and I'm gonna start setting up, and then we're gonna do the raid. And again,
I would like to say, chat. Also, I really do. Anytime tomorrow during the day, once you're free, 15 minutes of your time. Let's get on Signal. I want to tell you the thing.
Yes, yeah. So tomorrow I'll do because I might be streaming still during the day because you know how things go.
Yeah, please do.
Just let me know sometime afternoon. Just send me a message on Signal. I'll do an intermission break, whatever, and if I'm still streaming, and we'll do that call.
Cool. All right.
And again, like y'all know the shit going on with me. I gotta be moving in like a little over a month, and any bit of money helps. So when I swap this over, your subscriptions, your tips, your cheers, all of it, just greatly appreciated. I did not expect to have to be finding a new place to live in short notice. And also now that you know what's going on with me, I also need money for a lawyer.
Yeah. So help out where you can, everyone, once he's got his stream up there. You guys were a lot of help early in the stream tonight. I really appreciate all that. Huge. Follow if you can. But definitely when Kirk gets live, show some sub love there. And all that fun stuff.
Love you, Ma. Get some sleep. I gotta now that I know that that's you. I gotta explain to some people that were like she's very
Hugs, Mom.
She's very mom-like in my chat, in my specific Twitch stream chat, and nobody knew it was my mom. And I didn't even know that was her. But like
nice.
I kind of I looked back at it and I thought about it.
I love it. And
I'm like, wait a minute. No. Oh God, that's her. No, there's no way. I didn't even ask her. She outed herself tonight.
Nice,
I had a suspicion.
Nice.
There's been people in my Twitch chat that have been like, yo, that fortune person, like they're real, like they're such a super
motherly feeling.
I had a motherly feeling, but they're just like, oh, they're such an obsessive like simp, like the super fans. I am so weirded out. That's why I'm not chatting here so much. I was like, given what I've been doing lately, it's, you know, you don't be weird, and you know, just don't let that dissuade you from chatting. So, Mom, I'm sorry. You have been freaking out. You have been freaking out my audience. Just letting you know.
They all love you though.
Dial down the momness.
Okay? No, don't. We all love it. We all love it.
Next time these people, I see them in my chat, next time I see them, I'm gonna have to explain, like, no, okay, they're not a super simp, they're not a weird stalker. That's literally my mom.
I love it.
My mother. Yeah.
I love it.
So,
all right, let's get you gaming.
Yep, I am almost ready here.
All right. Oh yeah, I need to, like, you know, get stuff up so I can actually do a raid.
Yes, you do.
Here, where's the dashboard?
The only reason why I figured that out is because, like, because she showed up. She was grilling me about me finding a new place to live, and then I gotta go to. I'm going to bed now, and hi, good morning. You're still at it. Things lined up in a way that I know about her.
Yeah.
And so I went to my Discord. I was like, guys, I think this is my mom. Can I get a second opinion here? And I'm like showing people like shit, things that she's been saying. Is like, yo, that's totally your I
love it.
I don't know, like I can't say yes or no, but I'm gonna say that if my mom showed up like that, I would say yes, that's my fucking mom.
Right? Damn
like,
straight.
Okay, whoa. You just get a feeling. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So I am now ready for the raid when you are.
Cool.
Right. Good stuff. Yeah, so the only thing we didn't talk about tonight that I had listed on my notes that I just wanted to joke about a little while you get set up is Biden is now teamed up with all the app developers that make dating apps to get them all to show your vaccination status so people only date vaccinated people. And I think that's hilarious.
That is hilarious, just because of all the rage that is going to instill.
Right.
Oh yeah,
and like you know what? Now, because I'm
dating
like
apps are canceling right wingers.
I'm closing things to free up resources for doing the extra stuff that I don't need for when we're doing this. I had to close my crypto wallet, and all I gotta say is fuck Elon Musk. That shit posting son of a bitch melted off. My crypto wallet. That is
everyone's crypto wallet lost like half their value.
Yeah, well, the critical need for funds, right?
Yeah.
I just watched the last week. I have watched $1,000+ of funds that was going to be used for my move. Over $1,000 melt away. That I now have to recoup in other ways. That posting. I believe,
according to Wall Street Bets, now is when you buy the dip.
Buy the dip. That was all fucking donated funds too.
I know.
I don't buy crypto. Like, that motherfucker melted away over $1,000 of critical funds that I need to fucking find a new place to live. Like, fuck you, Elon.
No, Elon is not our friend. People need to remember that. Yes, he has pushed electric vehicles faster than they were going to go. Yes, he's pushed solar faster than it was going to go. Great. We needed these technological things, but that's just him being a capitalist.
Yeah.
So, no, he's not our friend. No. I like the idea that he's gonna die on Mars. I'm fine with that. But again, I like all the technology he has given us. Doesn't make him my friend. Bezos has given us some pretty cool technology. Not my friend.
No.
No.
You just gotta remember, these billionaires are not your friend. They will fuck you at any point because they don't actually care.
So my NDI thing was giving me a bit of a pain in the ass, so I'm taking a little bit longer here, but it turns out a cat was walking on a keyboard, and I just went and fixed that. Let's see if that works. Fucking cats. So half of my technical issues are just felines doing stuff without me knowing.
All right, chat. You've got a couple minutes before we close this one down and switch over to his stream, and I head off to sleep. I think. You have anything else you want us to say?
You know what? Just fuck it. I'm gonna go live, and I'm gonna just why is it doing that? Why are you
Good
doing
night,
this?
Kurt's mom.
Night, Ma.
So, does anyone have anything else they want us to mention before we head off here? No, no. All right, here we go. Yeah, definitely, definitely feeling it. I've been up for a while today. Had a lot to do in the morning.
Glad you recovered from your COVID sticks.
Yeah, it went as long as I thought it would. It kind of sucked, but I think part of that was my fault, though. Like, when I got the second shot, I thought, oh, this is going to take a week. It's going to be hell. And then, like, 3 days in, I was feeling a little better. So, well, I got to go to the grocery store. I'll walk it. Yeah, no. That was, like, just this little rise. My fever slightly broke. And all that effort I put in on that day was really dumb on me because it added, like, 2 more days of pain.
Ooh.
Like, get that extra day of rest even if you start to feel better. Like, don't be the idiot that I was.
Ha.
Like, yeah, I went a little too fast trying to get out of it.
Okay. Go live. I wish there was a variety category, but I'm just I'm gonna put Polybius on here.
That works.
Yeah.
Good times. Thanks for all the subs. Thanks for the tip there, homie. Thanks for all the follows, the bits there, Anonymous. Whoever, that was. Thank you. Appreciate it all tonight. This was a fun stream. Good, long one. Got some story time. We all like that.
Yep. It rings the gamut. You laughed. You cried. You cringed.
Be commiserated.
Yes.
Yes.
All of it.
All of it. And if you want to know, like that's only just like a small sample of the fucking hijinks that I did there, just because, like, yeah.
You said what you could say.
Yeah, exactly.
I believe we all understand the situation.
Exactly. This game, Polybius. Confirm. Go live.
And of course, we know that my raid button is weird when you go live. So, who knows when it believes you're actually going to be live.
Why is my webcam not there? You're invisible. Oh, dear. Okay. Deeper oh, shit. Activity monitor. All right. Let's... Fuck. Oh, God. I hate it when it just gets this ridiculous. Okay, let's do...
right?
Oh,
Boxy sold an NFT. What?
You what?
Boxy sold an NFT.
Oh, my.
Tell me that's not true.
Yeah, right.
How much did...
Oh, yeah, no. Boxy, yes. Boxy did. She got 5 figures for that shit.
Wow, okay. Well,
yeah,
as long as it's not like 7, we're cool here.
She marketed it as like the meme that started the first online civil war, and I'm looking at him like, oh, are you sure about that?
It wasn't the first. I'd been in a few.
They definitely predated.
I think the first civil war I was in like 92. So like a little before her time.
Yeah.
I still don't think many people understand that EFNet is literally Eris Freenet because there had to be a civil war and split with an old piece of the network.
Yeah.
That was a fun few weeks right there, let me tell you. Like when you name your new network, the network that's free of that old server, like, and the whole name of the network is fuck that guy. Yeah. Like it was a fun few weeks.
Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you... Okay, let's try that. Okay, stuff on my screen is starting to like...
Okay, Boxy got 30 grand for that.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not gonna argue with that hustle. Well done.
Yeah, indeed. Well done. Okay, so you know what? Okay, you keep this shit rolling. I will be back in approximately 5 minutes. It's hit the point where I have no choice but to restart my workstation. So I will be back momentarily. And I probably, in terms of miking, I probably won't be back from miking, but you will see me go live. I'll be in chat.
Yeah.
So just
We'll be here.
Distract them! Fucking distract them! Ah! I don't care what you gotta do. Ah!
Okay, now it's just down to the two of us. Over... Maybe there. There we go. Okay, so Kurt's camera obviously disappeared. He will be back shortly. Every time that happens, you get, double the Mac. Yeah. Yeah, no, Doxy definitely better than Boxy. Definitely. I appreciate that is how that is. Yeah, lots of fun going on. We're still moving forward on the activism dev stuff, just for something to kind of mention. We will have, I think, relatively shortly, maybe another week or so, a way for other people to start joining in and helping out with that. But for now, we're still getting a lot of organizational stuff in place. It should be interesting. There's a few other projects being talked about too, like Pursuance's app and the design ideas behind that. And I'm definitely thinking about what the differences are between like what Pursuance is going to be, which is more of a communication style system for secure kind of cell-based architecture stuff and all that fun stuff, and what activism dev is going to be, which is an organizational thing for building out your events and managing huge groups of people and all that fun stuff. I think there's a subtle difference there, but there might be a nice pairing, and we'll see how that kind of works and what we want to do in terms of features. We might build out some of Pursuance's stuff through our API. Maybe we provide them some of our features. The idea for activism dev is that, we do actually want to build out some features that can be used via API. So we might build out some pieces that they utilize. We'll have to see how that all works out. But yes, absolutely, everyone. Just waiting on Kurt for a little reboot here. What should we talk about? We've talked about like everything I took notes for, everything I was looking at today. I mean, I don't know that there's much else to converse on. What does chat have anything for us? We can pull up like the latest news and talk about that stuff for a minute, but I don't think there's much going on at 11:30 on a Friday. People looking for people, like the missed connections or the personals? The personals, right? Yeah. That sounds right to me. Oh, there's the classifieds too. Yeah. Okay, good times, everybody. We did have pizza at the beginning of the night. That's what we were eating when we started the stream and everything. Okay. Alright, so now we wait. Yeah, nothing fun. Like, I'm looking around for anything to talk about. There's just, like, nothing going on. So, yeah, everybody. We're going to go over there. We're going to game with him. The thing, just to kind of set it out there, that we're actually going to be talking about tomorrow, because I'm going to make him get on the phone with me. He's had a bit of a tough week, so, like, I haven't been bothering him too much. But, when we talk, I have he's wanted to do some movie and entertainment stuff, and I've already done some, and I've got some good connections out there still. Well, I have the idea for the one that he needs to be involved in, and I want to talk to him about getting that going. And once I tell him the idea for the actual script, he'll be 100% involved. So you guys should be waiting to hear what we're gonna do there. Yo, Bulletproof Medic, what up? How you doing? Like matchmaking on activism dev? So I was thinking about that a long time ago when we first started talking about this stuff. Activism.dev, and we had a name for it. Activismo was like our very first idea, way back. I'm talking like 2008. We were talking about the idea that if you could, through the projects you work on, sort of build a defined set of skills that you've shown proficiency in, you could then have a skills matrix that when someone starts a new operation on your activism site, it would attempt to match people up with projects that have needs for their skill sets. And I would love to kind of think about that type of stuff in terms of, what we do going forward. Some kind of a skills matrix for activism dev would be really neat. Wait, there's no way I don't follow you, man. Like, that's not a thing. What? Now I have to, like, go see, because that's just complete bullshit. Like, how on earth is that even possible? I mean, maybe. I mean, I'm gonna have to go check now. Now that I've been called out, I'm gonna go look real quick. I've got Twitter up here. Let's pop open the app here. I keep the app closed a lot because holy crap. Oh wow. Why? How did I unfollow you? I have no idea how that actually happened. Because I had, I have literally no idea how that happened. But yes, you are married to a beautiful woman. Called out. No, well deserved. I had you followed. I have literally no idea what happened there. I'm gonna blame Twitter. Obviously, they shadow banned you. Good times. Yeah, I was soft blocked. How dare you? But yeah, definitely. Obviously. Good times. Good times. I mean, Kurt, is a prolific hacker. So, he's always doing that to all of his friends. But, the idea of a skills matrix in terms of, like, activism is really interesting because you can't just have someone, like, use a skill on an op and then state I have that skill, but you also can't really, like, gatekeep whoever ran the op saying, no, that person had that skill and used it for us. So you've kind of got to go on the honor system with it, which is fine, because then people can say, almost in that, anonymous duocracy kind of a way, here's my skill set that I'd like to use. So they can come in and they can check off some boxes in a matrix, like, here's my proficiency level with these 20 things, and we could use it to recommend new ops, new organizational stuff that needs their help. Definitely, I'm there for it. So, I know you and me and others and Dev and all the others, like in our organizational structure on the GitLab where we're organizing all of the activism dev stuff. We should probably add that in as one of the pieces of the puzzle. I would love to, just for the hell of it, so because people are listening. When Kurt earlier was talking about someone stepping in and optimizing database queries and whatnot that took forever. I have stepped in and taken queries that the former devs or current devs but needed help had that were literally hour-long queries and brought them down to seconds simply through the proper use of composite indexes. Like, people don't know how powerful indexes can be on the right data sets implemented the correct way, especially when you're doing massive joins and analytics kind of data. Use indexes properly, please. That will save a million seconds on all of your freaking queries. But at that same end, indexes don't belong on every single table, on every single column, because that will actually slow down writes and updates, because then it's got to update all the damn indexes related to the thing, including any foreign indexes. So just use them correctly. There are a great amount of articles out there, but I'm sure whatever that person did that came in to clean up old kind of technical debt there was probably a lot of it is just index based. You can really do a lot of cleanup just with indexes. Like, people want to go to all these technical solutions. They want to implement faster subqueries. They want to do all these other, they want to throw a query that's made from your PHP into a stored procedure in, your PostgreSQL there. Adding an index will also do the same thing and take you 5 minutes. Just learn how indexes work is all I've got to say about that if you're using relational databases, because they will change everything for you if you're not using them right. Good times. Ugh. Don't want to jinx it, but watch like Kurt's computer doesn't want to turn on now or something, and we're sitting here waiting for him to show up.
I was just thinking that.
Like an hour later, like, oh yeah, where's Kurt?
Yeah, we've been going at this a while.
Good times. Yeah. Obviously. Yeah, Bulletproof Matter. I just want to again say I love literally everything you've done. Like, you have been a breath of fresh air in all of this. It's been great. It's been great, and I'm really glad you and Kurt got to meet up and hang out and all that too. Definitely a positive. Definitely. The Chi coin. Can you actually do that? Like, can you change the name of channel points in this stuff? I don't know. Like, you tell me if that's possible. Sure, why not? Yeah, that is absolutely awesome that you guys are that close. Real life friends. Like, everyone, I can be as good of a friend as I can from here, but like real life friends who get to meet up in person, like flesh and blood, like that's a whole different world. That's a different level of comfort and support to have around. So I'm really glad that happened. Definitely. Yeah, good times. Good times. Yeah, if we can change it, then why the hell not? Let's do it. You guys can name the coin whatever the heck you want. Can we ICO this so I make like $1 billion fake dollars? And yeah, sure. Why not? We can play with that. I don't know. I'll try it over the weekend and see what I come up with. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, I love it. Yeah. Dude, just going out on ATVs, it's a lot of fun. I haven't done that for a while. The last time I was riding ATVs, I was when I lived on the Florida Keys, and we were just riding around the island in them. Because it was just easier. That was a lot of fun. Funny enough, we actually had one of the old Honda 3-wheelers, too, that are now not legal to sell. Because holy crap, do those things flip. And I flipped on them
So
like 100 times, but like luckily I never got like a head injury or anything from it. Yeah, I wasn't wearing helmets or anything at that point. I mean, this was also like 80s, 90s. That people didn't care. I like freaking had a little dirt bike, like one of those mini bikes that's for kids. When I was like 5, and there was no helmet, there were no pads. It was like, here you go, and I was riding like 3 miles away from home at like 5, like No. I had no clue what a parent was. It was, I look back at it as like, wow, that was dumb. But also, like, I would have thrown a helmet away the second I was out of view of anyone who would have wanted me to wear it. So, like, yeah, totally. Famous last words. Yes. Yeah, for all my childhood was, interesting, I also had some fun times too. Most of them I did myself. Parents weren't really involved in the fun stuff, but I did have some fun times. That little dirt bike for about a year was a lot of fun. I destroyed it one day, a horrible accident, but it was hurt way more than I was. I had one of those standard little burns on my leg from the side of the damn motorbike, but good times. Well, so his machine did reboot, because there he is, but now Streamlabs is doing something. my actual anonymous nick when I was actually anonymous. I have not ever shared that on stream at all, because I don't wanna. Just not a thing, you know. And because of lots of history, I have no plans to. For obvious reasons. Yes, San Antonio knows very clearly why we can't talk about it, and that's just where we are. You know, I was happy for a while being completely anonymous. I mean, when I was outed, it was definitely unexpected and totally like threw me under a bus. But you know, I got over it relatively quickly. I mean, literally in our private channels, you know, San Antonio can even tell you, I brought myself in with my fake nick. I brought in my real, I brought in a dude named Gregg. Like, literally, I was like, nah, here's Gregg. You know, like, fuck it. I just brought in and I just literally, I went by my real name Gregg at that point, because I was so fucking out that I wanted everyone to know that they're currently talking to the guy that the media won't stop hounding. I thought it was fair that everyone was very, very upfront, like, with each other about that stuff. And I would have thought I was hiding something important from people, be it context, be it their willingness to talk to someone currently talking to the media. So I just basically brought in another client that was my real name. Because at that point, I was the least anonymous anon in the world. You know? But yeah, you know, it was interesting times during those first few weeks. The arguments we had about just how much I should say, what I should say, when I should talk to them and all that, like, because at very first I still didn't want to talk to the media. I was not that public guy. We did. We had a coffee break room where it was unrelated to anything actually getting done. Ugh. Yeah. Man, I look back at the amount of productivity we had then, and I always wonder, like, catching that fire, like, most of it was literally, a fire was lit under our ass. Like, shit was happening every single day that we didn't have control of, that we were getting to react to. And, I don't know, that environment where everything is currently on fire and it's your job to put it out, really leads to me being a hell of a lot more productive than me setting my own goals and trying to finish them. Like, you know, everything on fire and you know, it's time to get shit done is definitely where I seem to be productive. Right? Yeah, every 4 hours something else blew up. Be it another group of Anons who are now mad at us, be it the time that Kurt decided that we needed to go away, or the time that Cora decided that we needed to go away, or the time that Weave came in and started trying to convince us to firebomb everything, like real life firebomb everything, or the time that we thought a few other people had gotten doxxed that didn't, or the time that someone got into our channel under false pretenses, logged everything, and then dumped like 2 months of logs on the internet, which turned out to kind of strangely in the end be a decent thing for us. Because we ended up kind of opening up the process a little more. But yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot. There we go. Kurt is up.
There we go.
We can definitely talk more about those old times too. There's still like a lot of fun stories that we haven't told yet. But if anyone wants to find those logs, it would be hilarious. I don't know if they're still posted out there or not. The Anon who posted them was Take Anon D. You know, a play off of Take On Me, the 80s song, of course. They were working with people like Lorelei and Jennifer Emick and all that at the time. Taking On Me was, but it was, yeah, it was crazy, crazy times. It looks like Kurt is live. The real question is, does my internet connected to Twitch think Kurt is alive? Because a lot of times it just never does. I mean, I have to ask Mac to look at my screen just so you people understand, like, what this thing does to me. I type in Kurt, and the autocomplete says that. It says N/A for Kurt's channel right now. It actually says N/A.
It does.
Like that's
Not even
what
a
it thinks of
username.
Kurt right now. It thinks you are N/A. There we go. Now it shows Polybius there. All right, everyone. So we are going to raid Kurt. Yes. It might all still be on Encyclopedia Dramatica. I do not remember. Yeah, Mac is like sitting like 2 feet from me over there. Yeah, we're in the same room. Mac is local. We are friends. All that fun stuff. Anyways, let's raid Kurt, or try anyways. Now that Twitch says he exists and no longer says N/A for his name, I have hit a button and it is attempting to figure this stuff out. I mean, I know Ed was kind of dying when I ended up being the steward. When I had the database and the domain in my control, and I had to figure out who the fuck to give it to keep it alive, like, how did that ever end up in my hands? Like, what the... That was not the right place for that to exist. Now, sure, I got it off to someone who got it back alive, but, like... I don't know, world, man. Some crazy shit happened. Okay, it says we can raid Kurt now. So, alright, everybody. Yeah, nobody gets it. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah. So, anyways, we are going to hit this button, everyone. And good night. Alright. There we go. Good night, everybody.